Hello, hello. Hopefully people can hear me. Rare Sunday night stream, but it is what it is. There we go. Oh, I heard a noise. Hey, Catherine, thanks for the resub. I was just doing my go live tweet. I realized my phone is not on Wi-Fi at all. Okay, you should. Oh. Sorry, you were getting double audio because the Sona was unmuted. Sorry about that. Close my Twitter for now. Hello. Sorry about that. I didn't realize the blue Sona wasn't muted. Let me make sure it's muted on the mini painting stream. Then I might get up and move over to the desk. I bought 2 of these and I don't need both out. How's your Sunday been? Good, I hope. Also should close the bathroom light. How is the music to my voice? Because to me it's low, but doesn't mean it's not going to overpower. Everything. Oh no! I'm so sorry. When it rains, it pours, huh? Okay, I wanted the music there, but not overpowering. Oh, I kind of need my phone, don't I? So I can watch chat. I'll say turn my ringer off. I just wanted there as like kind of a background hum. There we go. Now, shouldn't get an echo from the stream. Oh, shit, I'm sorry. That sucks. Okay, I've got my fingerless gloves. Drink and phone are in the hand. And let me switch to mini painting. Make sure that the Sona is muted. There we go. A30s aren't even plugged in. We should be good. This is actually T-Pain. Alright. I have everything I need. Should be good. I've got my phone for audio, and I've got my non-adult beverage for now. I just hope the lighting is okay because normally when I paint in the mornings, I have way more natural light. I still have not figured out a good angle on the camera because it shakes. It shakes when the 3D printer is going. Okay. Cause I noticed it the last time I did a print, which was the Phoenix. The whole table shakes and I cannot figure out why. Hey Dardemi, how are you? And I've been asking in the Discord for the Anchor Make. So, Catherine, if you all get one once you've moved, hey Wolf Tracks. I would say make sure it's a stable surface, but this thing is on a wood table, like a solid wood table. And I think it's actually the same desk you have, Catherine. And the whole thing shakes when the printer's going. I took a short video and put it in the Anchor Make Discord because I didn't know if it was just me. Some people said that they put the packing material. There's one thin piece of foam that's in the box. That's like on the very top when you open it. Yeah, the whole thing shakes the table. Like I looked over and the light I have on and the camera were just rocking. So I have no idea what the issue is. Like why it shakes so bad even on a small print. Because a lot of people, some people have already made like mods for it and 3D printed those mods. I don't know why I'm doing this. I cleaned a palette yesterday so I can just swap these. Well, somebody was saying that it can sometimes be worse with small prints. That the jerk ratio on it is way worse on smaller prints. Which I don't know what all that means, but I guess it jerks a lot more as it moves through the smaller print. So I'm gonna try to finish assembling a couple minis and work on some Warhammer stuff, maybe. Wow, that tail fell off, so that didn't work. Hey, Zero. I'm gonna turn down the music because to me it sounds loud. What the fuck? Sorry, I also had a weird... I've been shocking myself when I get up lately. And I'm concerned because one of my monitors will go black for a few seconds if I manage to like drag my feet. Alright, so now that this has had a chance to cure for a whole day, let's see if I can finish assembling this fucking thing. And then I'm gonna... words. Brush prime it. Alright. You... need an arm. And I don't need that because it's actually too warm. I think that's the base for that one. I hope it's the base for that one. So yeah. So this is supposedly the better glue for this. We'll see. Because I could not get this thing to stay on the other day. And it looks like I'm not having much better luck today. Oh, there we go. Come on. I just need you to stay put. Really? You can't stay put for like 10 seconds? I don't know about this fucking this cement because it is failing even with. Okay, that's too much air. Hi, Zidane. So even with a light brush, that is failing and I don't know what it is. Oop, I did not mean to do all that. Well, shit. It's gonna be one of those days, I see. Really? You don't want to come off? There we go. Alright, so let's see if the Gale Force 9 wants to work, because that liquid cement sure didn't. Alright, I heard a noise. And because building maintenance just walked in here last time, I'm gonna go check. So, hang out, BRB. Alright, I'm back. I think them just walking in on me that day just has me paranoid, because now I'm like, fuck is that noise? Thanks. Alright, let's try this from the top. Catherine, I too, well, Catherine and Zero. It is also a laundry day here. I let it go way too long. And, because I desperately needed to clean some bedding. God damn it. It turned into a 3-load kind of day. No, I'm having such a hard time with putting the arm on this thing. It's got a notch and everything, but I'm having a hard time getting it to stay. Maybe this arm just has to be the last thing I do. Because the Gale Force 9 cement isn't setting very quickly enough where I can let this go. Wait. Do we have a winner? Can I put it down yet? No, because the arm moved when I did that. But I think it's setting enough. How goes Zero? How goes your sculpting? How has your day been? I also think that there's an extra piece on this. Welcome back, Catherine. I was just saying that it was also laundry day here. And that I let it go so long it turned into 3 loads. Fuck! I don't know why this one arm is such a difficulty today, or in general. Oh, I guess I'm sitting here holding this arm till it sets a little bit. I'm sorry, Zero. Any idea where it could have wandered off to? Just hand was cold and it slipped off? 'Cause that's happened to me with a couple rings. Luckily, nothing I couldn't replace, but still. Okay, I don't know what to do with this arm, and I don't know why it's not setting. Zero, have you ever seen this? Ah, fuck. Still, it's a bummer. Have you ever seen this, Zero, where a piece just will not glue? This arm still won't set. I've tried the Gale Force 9 glue just now, and normally that sets pretty quickly. I tried the extra thin Tamiya, and almost just glued my fingers together. Neither way is setting. And I've held it. It just will not set. I don't know what it needs, but this one piece won't, this arm won't set. Well, the arm should have plenty. This is the arm, and this is where it needs to go, and it looks weird because I just wiped off all the extra glue with an alcohol wipe. Because I was getting extra glue everywhere. It's not a teeny piece. That's a chunk that should have plenty of room. So I'm going to give up on the arm for now. Although I think the headpiece needs... I'm just going to put everything else that I can on there. Gotcha. Well, I'm going to leave that for last and use the weird squiggly arm things that hold pieces while they're drying. Because now I'm just irritated. And I managed to glue my fingers. Good job, man. I'm going to glue on this back piece, which doesn't seem to need anything attached. So I just don't get it because the Gale Force 9 stuff seems to be pretty straightforward. Oh, that's a piece of a mini. Great. That fell off my desk. Oh, there went the pack. Unless it's under this rug. I don't know where the fuck it just went. Oh, that's how my day is going, I see. It feels like the whole... God. You know what? Maybe I should just not have streamed because everything is now going wrong. I dropped that piece. I heard it hit the wood, so it's somewhere on the floor. So, fuck this. I don't even know what this is to. I just found it on the floor. I almost stepped on it. You ever just have a day where you regret getting out of bed? Today is quickly turning into that day. All I wanted was to finish gluing this together, and now I've lost a piece of the mini. Although I think, and I could be wrong, I might have an extra of that backpack piece from the starter set Pirate gifted me. But I heard it hit the floor. So who knows where the fuck it went. So maybe I just won't try to assemble anything. It's that kind of a day. Because clearly trying to actually assemble anything is just not going to work for me. Same, Catherine. I had no obligations. I had every intention of getting up both days early. I'm going to get up. I'm going to do all this work. I'm going to clean. I managed to do laundry, and even that was a hassle. I dropped half of it going down the stairs on my way out. Because, of course, I found extra shit that I needed. Oh my god, and now my face wants to itch. Alright. I'm going to try this hand on this little guy right here. And if this doesn't work, I'm just going to go back to painting what's already here. If it hasn't already dried. Because now I feel like this does not line up anymore. Yeah, this absolutely is not lining up. So that's not going to work. Well, there you have it. That's the kind of day I'm having. So we're just going to not try to glue anything. Oh no. Yeah, I don't know what's in the air today or this week, but it has been a not great week mental health wise, and I would prefer things to not be such a fucking hassle this week. You know how you're just like, what else? Reality? What else? But what I am going to do, especially since you're here, Zero, is I don't know if you were here when I mentioned a thing I wanted to do, which is try to tip this with the technical blizzard. But then I found a whole section I missed under this boat, so I'm going to work on that really quick. I think I mentioned it maybe... I thought you were here for that. I could be wrong. Wouldn't be the first time this week. Okay. Alright, so... Oh no, that's fine. I have forgotten so much. Ooh, that was... This looks like blue pudding. Okay, I'm actually going to use this small brush because there's only a little bit that I want to get. So I missed this whole section here. Oh no, I'm sorry, Catherine. I missed this whole section putting the water paint on it. But yeah, today's just been a day. The only thing that was not full of fail was... And actually, shout out to Deer for putting me onto this tip. Macy's, or Mac. Wow, I got my retailers mixed up. Mac is currently selling the Wakanda Forever selection or collection at 40% off. And Deer, who's worked in makeup and other stuff before, explained that a lot of times what Mac will do is that once a collection is no longer selling, like after maybe 90 days or 60 days, they'll deeply discount it to move it. Because they introduced the Whitney Houston collection, and that is absolutely not on sale. Welcome back. So I was able to order it through Macy's because I was having a weird thing trying to order on the Mac website. Thing is, I've got a Mac account. I have ordered before, but I kept having a weird issue when I tried to actually hit buy. And then Deer was like, just try Macy's. Macy's carries Mac stuff, and if it's on sale at Mac, it'll be on sale on the Macy's site. I was like, okay, sure, why not? And not only was it on sale, I was able to get approved for a Macy's store card. I'm going to pay it off when we get paid by Twitch this week. And probably just close the card because I don't need that much. I don't need any more credit as I try to work on my credit score. Because the irony is, if you have a lot of available credit but don't use it, you will get penalized. I've actually got nag notes from Chase about not using enough credit. And I'm like, what? So it was a fuck it. I'm gonna apply and see if they'll give me credit. And they did, and it wasn't a very high limit, but it more than covered the purchase. So I was like, fuck it. Once everything's here this week and we get paid from Twitch, I'll just pay it off. because... Oh, it is. I know I retweeted it recently about how credit scores didn't exist until, I want to say 1989. Because I know when I graduated high school, it was very much the era of, um, hey, you're going to college, you're going to need this. And that's how a lot of people my age wound up with fucked up credit at 18, 19, 20, because no one had taught us about credit because it didn't really exist. Hey, Dennis. How are you? Welcome on in. How's your evening going? Oh my god, this is so sweet at the bottom. Sorry, I didn't, speaking of not great mental health days, I ordered in dinner, and I'd had a taste for risotto. I could not find a single place that had decent risotto for delivery. And, and, went with dumplings. And they had tea. Not bubble tea, just tea. Okay, Reese. Alright, so I don't know if there's a specific brush for the technical paints. I don't care. But I had a idea to tip the water in this with this Blizzard technical paint. We don't know how it's going to look. We'll find out in a minute. Hey Brian, thanks for the resub. I see that crafty little emote. How are you feeling? I don't know how this is going to work out, if it's going to look weird, not weird. But I wanted to tip the ends of this with this technical blizzard snow. Ooh, some of this is a little liquidy. Alright, it's supposed to like mimic snow, but it's a little liquidy in here. Um, so when it dries, it's basically going to look like you ran into icy water, I hope. That's the hope. I'm just trying to get the tips, not all of it. Ooh, that's way too much. So this is an experiment. Hopefully I don't fuck it up. I mean, I didn't really learn about credit till I was an adult, so. Because I'm kind of putting the snowy bit in the damaged under portion of the hull, too. So I don't know if it's going to look weird, not weird. If it does, I'll just go over it with more of the actual blue water paint. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, and worst comes to worst, I can just go over this with a light brush. So I basically want to look like this ran into snow, a snowdrift. Yeah, but TLDR, Deer put me on to a different way to get a hold of Sephora stuff, and it worked out for the best. Um, I'm not Sephora, Mac. Yeah. All right. Well, we're gonna let that dry. See what happens. I don't know. So, how's everyone's Sunday been? I know Zero and Catherine are having like a 6 of one, half dozen the other kind of day. All right. And I bought way too much of that that technical snow paint. I did not need that much of it. I just need a second brain. Excuse me. For those that were not there, Pyra did not burn down the kitchen. He made the coffee chocolate chip biscuits and the bread and a very tasty looking drink. So he managed to not burn anything down. Yay, go him. Actually. Sorry, I'm also having the. Really want to have the. Do you know how much it costs to do a AP? Also, y'all really trying to suggest people make a new AP right now? Really? Oh, thank you for gifting a sub to Bruce Wayne Brady. I picked up my phone for a whole reason and then totally forgot what I was doing. But I am gonna try to dry brush these little fellas and also touch up the silver on them because, whoo, I missed a whole lot on that. Where is the silver though? There it is. So, you know Black Dice Society has a Discord, right? And it's still there, even though the show's been off the air for a while. Someone is like, is there any. No, they basically want another Black Dice Society season or another show with the same cast. And I'm just like, um. I said, and I was honest, I said, unless someone has deep pockets, a new show ain't happening. And they're like, how deep? And I was like, oh, 4 to 5 digits per. And they also did the whole, well, I like this over. I know, like, people are gonna be mad at me, but I like it more than Critical Role. And it's like, okay, you don't have to. We don't have to do the whole. I like this thing better than Crit Roll thing. I kind of hate that. You don't have to do that. Well, I replied and I was like, well, we're talking deep pockets, like 4 to 5 digits, depending on if you want to fund an episode or a season. Um, because I'm not sure. Well, I hope that B Dave got paid more as a DM. Um, but what we laid out when we were doing the fundraiser, the thing for Rivals. We put out a goal of $60,000 for 2 seasons plus some extras. And that wasn't that much more than what it actually, like the funding we got from WotC before they stopped. And that's the part I think people, I mean, not even think, we know people don't get it. We know that people have zero idea what it actually costs. And it's incredibly irritating to have this fucking dance like clockwork every few months. It's like, I don't know what to tell you if you don't believe what it costs. Like, I literally don't know what to tell you if you don't believe the people involved in making these shows. If you refuse to believe of what the actual costs are. Sorry, my nose has decided to itch the second I'm on stream, even though I'm not on camera. Yeah, but it's so Reese, there's a lot of people who honestly, and I don't know if it's actual ignorance or if it's maliciousness, but there are people who just don't seem to believe it when you map out how much shows cost to make. Especially if you want a show on par with, like, something Dimension 20 does or Black Dice Society because it was a fully funded WotC show. Like, at what point do you realize, oh, you're supposed to pay people for their time and talent? Like how artists talk about all the time on Twitter and other socials of people always say pay artists fairly until it's time to pay artists fairly. I'm sorry, what? Did they said 100 USD like for the whole thing? Like $100 for the whole show? Did you make them explain that? Because I need to know what they think merely $100 is going toward. Because it's me, need to know. Hey, Rico. I'm playing with my friends for charity, and charity is a bad example because I don't charge usually for a charity game. Sometimes people will offer still, and I'm like, I don't know how I feel about getting paid for a charity game. But then I realize you want like basically half my day when I could be doing other shit. Oh, absolutely not. Zero, did you make them explain what they thought $100 was getting them? Sorry, my nose did not itch until I started this stream. And I deeply hate that this always happens. I'm sorry, wait, what? Hold on. You spent five. Wait. Rewind. Because I know I didn't just read that. That you worked on something for a month and they were mad at $5? I wasn't going to start drinking yet, Zero. I was going to get through my tea first, but damn. Oh, I'm sure. Well, remember, y'all, when I put out feelers to get Fenn's coat commissioned. And I know good and damn well how much leather work costs. I know this. Now I look at Addercop's work, other people's work. I know what it costs. And remember the person that thought I was just going to try to pay $50 for a whole leather coat? Like, not just a whole leather coat, like, with the metal and everything. And they just really thought it was a gotcha moment. I'm so sorry. If I sneeze suddenly, hopefully I can move the mic or take the headphones off. Not even for free. You know, and Zero gets this a lot with, I could do that myself for cheaper. I could hire someone on Fiverr. Then go do it. And then when you get some trash back, let me know how that worked out for you. Oh my god, why? Sorry, I am getting the worst, like, itchy nose, and I can't stand it. Hi, Kazir. Thank you for your resub. Because their cousin probably told them no when it comes to free work, and now they think they're gonna bully you into it. They're going. They're going. Alright, the dry, brushy, 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 brushy. Sorry, I don't know why I say that every time I'm doing dry brushing, but I'm 5, so. I'm okay, Kazir. How have you been? Alright. Alright, Catherine, good luck. Be safe out there. May the odds be in your favor for whatever it is you're trying to pick up at the store. Oh, you are 100% accurate, Riku. I mean, we see it all the time. Like, for instance, something I'm still negotiating, so obviously I'm not gonna give full details, but, somebody wants me to, well, they want two things. They want me to help them manage the team making their book. Now, keep in mind, with the changes we might see to the OGL, they probably are going to put this project on hold, which would be wise. But they wanted me to write and also basically be creative director like I did for Motherlands, and it is D&D focused. So, you know, this is all prior to all the OGL discussion. Um, they wanted to pay me 7 cents a word, and I was like, absolutely not. Like, that's not even industry standard. They offered me 7 cents a word, and I was like, lol, no. I no. We paid everyone writing on Motherlands 15 cents a word. 7 cents a word, you heard me. I wish we'd also just abolish the pay people per word model in TTRPGs, but that's a discussion for a whole other stream. Um, but here's the thing, they also don't know how to write a contract. Because I said, well, what are the due dates for all of this? Oh, it'll be sometime in April. Why are they not in the contract? Where are these dates in the contract? So I think they're just new to the RPG space, and I'm like, that's not how people do contracting in RPGs. Certainly not how I write contracts. Because, like, for Motherlands, everybody had the draft is due by X date. Well, Riku, we've seen not everybody has a lot of sense. And I always say sense, I think it's just they don't know how the RPG side is done. Or maybe they're new to issuing contracts. And I was like, I need dates in this contract. I need, when is your first draft due? When is your milestone due? And I was like, also, you can't just say sometime in April and expect a whole lot of words. Alright, for the Silver Boy, a dark dry brush, I guess. Oh my god, I am so, like, sniffling, I can't stand it. Also, while I've got this white paint poured, let me try to give Yormi a little dental work. Riku, do you play D&D or RPGs or do mini painting? I just realized Yormi has something in his teeth. A sprue, that's what he had in his teeth. Liz, thank you for 4 years, holy shit. At tier 2, thank you. Were you at OrcaCon this weekend or nah? Because clearly I'm not at OrcaCon. Hey, Miss Face. Okay, I just wondered. I know I've done dry brushing and everything else on this mini, but I realized the teeth were left entirely unpainted. So, trying to fix that. I do and I don't, because Seattle's a lot. And I now have some emotional baggage tied to last year. So, no worries. I just could not remember A, if we talked about it or if you'd mentioned it in like Kaysa's chat or something. Um, Before you got here, I was trying to assemble a Warhammer mini, and I was full of fail, and then I dropped a piece. And the thing is, I'm not even normally that clumsy, but the tiny pieces on some of the Warhammer shit is gonna be a problem. Yeah, I don't know. And last year there was just a lot that happened, a lot of it not good. Nothing tied to the con itself, just things surrounding the con. That's also where I fell trying to board my plane home. I'm still paying for that fall well, over a year later. So, I'm trying to get Kaysen into mini painting. I don't know if he has any interest in it though. Oh, excuse me. Alright. Although it is only 6 o'clock, and I absolutely feel like I could go to sleep. I'm surprised Case is not on. Doesn't he usually do an earlier Sunday stream? I mean, good for him if he is. So I know he has like the, was it No Sub Sunday or something? I don't know if Dark Dry Brush is gonna work on this. Hmm. I'd be better about being in the Discord though. I'm the worst at being in Discords even if I got a mod sword. But there are some times where I'm like, I just don't feel like talking to people. Oop, that's way too much. Yo, same. Yeah, I need to decide if I'm gonna even stay in the Idle Champions Discord, because some people think it was supposed to be an idle game way too fucking serious for me. I popped in since my other character's coming to the game, and I'm just like, I can't fuck with y'all. I mean, really, no life. This what's supposed to be an idle game. There's somebody in Brian's chat that said they have 3 separate accounts. I'm like, okay. Yeah, dry brushing's not working out for this little fella. Because ideally, Idle Champions is just that, an idle game. You're supposed to start it like on your phone in the background. Yeah, but it also made me irritated because a lot of these people that really liked Idle Game, at least Idle Champions, one, they take that shit serious. They're in there data mining for like the next champion. Um, and I realized yesterday, the people that play that game really think the folks whose characters are in there um, have some kind of say over their powers and the programming. Oh yeah, Reese, there's a whole section where people basically data mine and discuss it. Because there are people already trying to data mine for when the last Black Dice character's coming out, and Fenn's not even officially out yet. And I'm just like, okay. Oh yeah, and this again, this is supposed to be an idle clicker game. But there are people in that Discord Or I'm just like, okay. Well, and then what pissed me off yesterday and why I muted the whole Discord and moved it at the very bottom of my whole list. Um, I was in there, I was just kind of fucking around. I kept like doing like, like the eyes emoji at anyone talking about Finn, and I was having fun with it. Then I started interacting with some people, and somebody just out of nowhere, Finn is a disappointment. And I'm like, fuck you. Because they don't like whatever her patron thing is, which, again, I get to play her when everyone else does. But to say that to the creator of the character and then act like, because they even did like the, is this really the person who created her thing? And I'm like, oh, that's what it is. Okay. It's clear they have no idea how the game, how the process of getting characters into the game actually works. Ah, my nose itch. Ah, that is me running some fresh water. Because I've already gone through the water I poured earlier. Mm. Well, the thing is, Liz, or Riku, sorry, your names are similar in color in the chat. They don't have access to Fen yet. They're going strictly off what was data mined. They have no access to this character yet. She is not available in game until Wednesday. No, this is just what they've data mined, and they decided they hate whatever this patron thing is that they're so mad about. There could be changes made up until 11 a.m. Pacific on Wednesday. I don't know, Riku. I wish I knew. Because Jesus H. And part of me is like, why am I even in this fucking Discord? I did take screenshots to send them to C&E because that was really fucking rude. I I think a big part of it, and I don't know if Zero is still here because I stepped away for a minute. We've talked about this, and I know I've talked about it at length. People forget that there are human beings behind the things that they love or claim to love. Because at a certain point, I can no longer believe anyone who acts that way toward a creator or towards a game actually loves the game. Because I said, I was having fun interacting with people until that she's a disappointment. I'm like, well, I thought of a witty reply well after I'd gone to bed. I was like, well, I'm sure your mother could have said the same thing, but that would have also been worse than what they said. Zero, I just started saying to people, well, your mom should have swallowed, yet here we are. Because I've gotten to that point with people where I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to let you sit over there. Ooh, that's a good one too, Zero. Here's the gold that I got all over my face the other day. I've said that to a couple people where I'm like, sucks to be you. I don't know what these little bug things are supposed to look like. Where's the book? I also just don't have any more chill anymore. I honest to God don't. I've given up on any semblance of chill as I've aged. So, oh no, Zero. As I like to say, I ran out of fucks in when I turned 40, and that is now 10 years ago. Hey, Pirate, I was just thinking about you. Hopefully that doesn't sound weird. But I was gonna text and see if you were around and if you felt like possibly joining on voice. Hey, Meridu. I don't remember what the little bug things are supposed to look like. Drill? What drill? What drill did you get? I'm nosy. Okay, so they are a brown. They're a copper and a green. It looks like. Canoptech scarab swarms. Yeah, take your time. I haven't been on very long, so I'm just trying to see what color these thingies should be. Did I forget? Did I forget a thing for the swarm? I might have. Oh no, I didn't. It's there because it wouldn't have fit on the base otherwise. Is this supposed to be like a bronze, like a copper and a green? Am I missing something? Anine, Ogi. Pirate or Zero. This is a brassy, coppery color, yeah. These tiny little scarab things. So I'm looking at this and my old eyes deceive me. Brassy with green lights. Okay. I think that the brass was in the starter set that Panda sent. If not, I've got a similar brass. Because I'm like, let me paint these tiny fucking things. Ooh, Tesseract Glow. I think that's what this is. Well, that's for the tiny lights. That's bronze. That's Blood Reaver flesh. That's a different kind of flesh. Skeletons. Skellies! That must be the right color, because I don't have a similar kind of bronze. Sure. Well, I've got this that looks like the color, and whatever the... Oh, that's a contrast paint. Carbon black for the legs. Alright, we're gonna try to do some Warhammer, boys. I need them to, like, stop being so fucking specific with colors, because this is ridiculous. I'm also just a little grump, so don't mind me. I have too many tiny little brushes. Why? Why did I buy these tiny little brushes? Well, that's Castellax bronze that I've got. Otherwise, I've got this tin metallic from Vallejo. I don't know if I have Agrax Earthshade. But either way, it's a bunch of teeny little bug things. These are not our friends, as Mandy would say. Alright, I think those are the smallest brushes I got handy. That I may actually have, but I'm gonna use this Castellax bronze on them. Because I'm looking at a bottle of Vallejo brown wash right now. But as I try to paint scarabs, because that's not a thing I thought I'd be doing today. Well, me being deeply into these things is Pirate's fault. I'm still concerned slash intrigued by whatever you and Kelly are up to, because I have 2 packages arriving on Monday. And I don't know if it is involved, whatever you two have been up to. Oh, thanks for continuing your sub, Demi. Um, hey, Hawkmer. Yeah, as I was saying before, Pirate popped in. I don't know, I feel, especially with, like the parasocial thing and how people. Oh, that was a bit of sprue that should have been cut off. Pardon me. Sorry, Beetle. You lost part of your butt. Alright, as I was saying before, I realized that this scarab had a whole bunch of extra sprue. Ow. I don't know, I just feel like between parasocial shit and people just not having the sense God gave a box of rocks in terms of decency. We're in for some really hard times because I've already seen the whole. Who did I retweet? I mean, they do, but I saw. Was it Lauren Eugenio? There's someone I retweeted, and I'm like, do we actually have to tell people not to go yell at WotC employees that they see on Twitter as if they are personally responsible for whatever the fuck's happening? And Pirate, I'm sorry that I'm so slow painting these. Zero, can I tell you the way that I fucking cackled? I saw that. Wow, I really fucked up trimming these off the sprue. But, here we are having to tell people to not, I don't know, send death threats and shit to people. What do I know? Ow, excuse me. I know, Pirate. I know. I mean, because we've seen what Zero's been called a shill. Prax was told she's carrying water for WotC, which I don't even know what the fuck that's supposed to mean. I don't understand that at all. Do they understand that? I mean, Zero, you're better than me. I would have totally put that email out on the internet. What's funny is I, who have been sent a bunch of shit from WotC, literally just got this year's Christmas package, have not gotten any emails like that. That's why like I get so annoyed because like I have several friends who work at Blizzard, for instance. A lot of them are on visas or permanent residents. And so if they up and quit their job, spoiler, they would have to leave the country immediately. Because people do not understand how work visas and permanent residency work in the US. That's not weird, Riku. That is the system is designed because they want to look like they're doing something. Remember your own comment about people saying, um, it's time to pay artists what they're worth, yada yada. It's fine to yell that online all day. But then when it comes down to actually supporting those artists, suddenly people can get real quiet. Hey Art, how are you? Happy Sunday. Well, I'm also just tired of it because, as usual, the people that are the loudest know fuck and all. I'm like, you know who I'm retweeting? The people that I know their shit. I'm here. My accomplishment today was I did laundry. And I'd let it go to the point where it became 3 loads of laundry. Like, the actual IP attorney, my lawyer friend on Twitter, is an actual IP attorney. Works with clients in the industry. Oh, I saw that tweet. And they listed like 4 hours. I'm like, so what's your company, buddy? I'm like, do you all not realize that let's say even if the head of WotC wanted to say something immediately. Internally, they've probably got to identify the source of the leak. And I know for a fact that a lot of what WotC does has to pass by Hasbro first. And it's the fucking weekend. Did you all know that most people don't like to work on the weekend unless they absolutely have to? Hey Darfin, how are you? How are you feeling? Yeah, and I know, because Darfin made me think of it, Technique had asked me about it. I was like, I ain't a fucking attorney, so note, I have not had an opinion online other than retweeting people who know what they're talking about. Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm sitting here like a diseased shrimp, as Pirate would say. Well, what's funny is there's a lot of us who literally work with WotC. Like, and that's why I just find it so interesting that Zero got someone who thinks that he's a shill for WotC and all the stuff he's gotten when that would be, oh, exactly Zero. I'm just trying to still understand that. Oh no, Darvin, I'm sorry. Is Frank still playing RuneScape? I keep the tab open and was kind of peeping in. But after my last trip upstairs with the laundry, I was like, I'm done for the day. I quit. Who the fuck do you know? And I'm not trying to be funny, but I'm like, who the fuck do you know that they think that you suddenly, um, okay. Oh no. That's like the my uncle that works in my great uncle that works in Nintendo story. Yeah, I usually have a bunch of tabs open while I'm doing stuff on Sundays. Oh no, I heard nothing. I don't know if Frank shaves his head or um Riku, you should poke Kaiza and it's like if you taking the day off, pop your head in here. Being friends with any of those people you just named has never like got me extra shit. So I don't know, I feel like a lot of people just think the industry is I mean, well, we know that a lot of people think that to get anything done in this space, it's who you know, not what you know or what you do, without realizing that the average person that works in the industry is not going to risk their reputation by endorsing someone who ain't shit. I mean, granted, some people would. I take that back. We know some people would, but although granted, some people we find out ain't shit till it's too late. I'm like, it's Sunday. Where's Kay's at? I'm the worst mod though. I'll have like 8 tabs open. Be kind of lurk modding on everyone. Unless I know it's an event. Hey, Frederick. Ohio. Ginkta. Kohiwa. Well, for the most part, channels I've got a mod sort in are pretty chill. Rarely do I have to do a lot of work. Unless someone's like on front page or it's a special event or something. Tuesday's the worst day. Tuesday, it feels like everybody I've got a mod sort for goes live at the same time. Well, I take that back. Frank doesn't because he's on early. Coglie that. Espresso. Or just regular coffee. Darfin, you ever thought about streaming your Gunpla stuff? Coffee. Although I don't think I want coffee right now. I've got a. So I am one of those people that buys cocktails in a bottle. I have a bottled Cosmo waiting for me. Yeah, so DoorDash has been offering a thing depending on what, obviously, where you are when you order, can you get alcohol delivered, but they call it Double Dash. They'll add on, like, let's say if the restaurant you order from doesn't have liquor, like, oh, we can pick up alcohol from like the Jewel or um like a like a different restaurant or something or a liquor store. So basically like it's weird because the liquor will show up way before your food. It's like this one bottle Cosmo showed up way before my dumplings did. Yeah. There's someone I started following on YouTube who's in the Anchor make for the like the 3D printer Discord that I bought or backed on Kickstarter. Um, he's been making how-to vids. His cat has co-starred in almost all the vids. Oh, I know. I was just wondering. 'Cause Pat Bear, that's all of their content is their Gunpla build. So I might just have to paint this whole thing with this brass and then go over it. That might be easier than trying to be all delicate with it. Well, it's so funny because I always have a mild concern because I'm like, that's a 3D printer and your cat is right there. I always have kind of a mild concern. Hey, Panda. But yeah, they've been doing some great like intro vids because a lot of people don't seem to understand the Anchor Make 5 like at all. It's been fascinating watching people kind of turn themselves in knots over this printer too. Because I don't know what they expected. I really don't know what it is they expected when they got this printer. But there have been people losing their shit talking about how they've been lied to and they're gonna send it back and they broke promises and I'm like, did you ever read any of the Kickstarter updates we got? The Anchor make M5, so the Anchor, the people who make battery, um Apex got into the 3D printing business. If you do exclamation ANKER, that might bring it up, or exclamation M5. I don't remember what the exact command is. Or try anchor M5. Because I just was working on commands the other day. Try them together. There you go. But there are people that are already talking about, like, taking this thing apart, stuff like that. Hey, DC. I am so sorry. I don't know why my nose is itching so bad. And this only ever happens when I go live, and I can't stand it. I can be sitting here all fucking day, not a fucking peep from any part of my sinuses. So Darfin, if you want to make Gunpla, I would actually suggest a resin printer, because you're not going to get the fine detail on an FDM printer, which the Anchor Make is. Yeah, and actually, Awkwardish Panda, who's in the chat, her husband, partner, what do you say for Briar? They've got a 3D print shop. But if you want something like Gunpla now, because I feel like it would be too hard for an FDM printer to give quality and also just something that's going to print quickly. You'll probably spend all day waiting on one sprue. I'm sure these are also done by machine, so. So it's going to be hard to get that kind of quality from an FDM printer. There's also just the fact of the kind of sprue set that you would have for a Gunpla. It's going to take you a good chunk of a day to print most of it. Oh, I missed a piece of sprue. Sciatica is it for me. So, what was everyone up to today? Or what are you getting into? Because I know it's like the start of the day for, excuse me, Furwick. Man, I really messed up cutting the sprues on some of these. Oh, what happened with Revelry? Did the tech demons come out and play? I hear a doggo somewhere. Oh, that sucks. I know that feeling. Wait, Dimples is using slobs? Huh. And I say that I'm not trying to be funny. I just have never had good luck with slobs. I've only used it when I've absolutely had to, like for a Logitech activation or something. I think someone just texted me. Look in a hot second. That sucks. There's less than 6 of you on the show, right? Okay, that'll be perfect timing because I need to get a quick bio anyway. That'll give me a chance to turn the music off. Should I call you or do you want to hop into mod chat? Welcome back, Rico. Also have to make sure that uh, Discord knows what audio source to use, which mic to use. Okay, if you want to hop in there, I will turn the music off, and then if you want to hop in there and chat while I get a quick bio, that would be perfect timing. That way you can have the comm. I can run away for a hot minute. And also grab my alcohol. Which granted, alcohol and tiny minis may not be the best idea, but fuck it. Nobody said I was smart. Oi. Sorry. Oh, interesting. Sorry. I had Kawaii Guy up and they finished and they raided into Japanese printmaking. Alright, I am in mod chat, Pirate, whenever you're ready. Let me make sure that Discord knows. Okay, there we go. Alright, whenever you're ready, mod chat is waiting. What's unread? I see Zero DM'd me something.
Hello.
Hello. How's your day been?
Uh, lots of
Oh,
cleaning from the
oh
kitchen
no.
stream yesterday.
Well, yeah, that happens. All right.
Yep. Infinite washing up. Not having a dishwasher really sucks.
Oh no. Well, I will give you the comms. You can talk about your kitchen stream because it was fun, and I will be right back.
Oh, I'm glad you thought so. Back over here so I can pop out chat. I can actually see what the hell's going on. There we go. So this Japanese printmaking guy is like 2 or 3. Oh, I think I missed that part of the conversation while I was popping in. Hey Zero, hi. But yes, yeah, cooking stream yesterday was fun. And people seemed to enjoy it, which was surprising because, as we all know incredibly well, oftentimes when you try something different as a streamer, people do the whole "yeah, we'll show up," and it's a lie. It's a lie. So I was very grateful to both Cypher and Val for the raids, and Commander Pulsar popped in with some as well. So that was fun. I'm glad people had fun with it. I had fun with it. I mean, I haven't heard from Sirius since, so I actually no, that's a lie. Sirius messaged me this morning, so she apparently did not die from eating the cookies I made, so that's a good thing. The bread did come out very dense, but Catherine was kind enough to send me some tips for that today, so I will be trying again. I put too much effort into getting the stream setup working to not do it again, so another cooking stream will happen. What did I make? Made recipes from the Final Fantasy XIV cookbook. I did coffee biscuits and walnut bread. Wolfrax, like, so confused about which stream he was watching suddenly. Yeah, I've taken over again. It's a pirate raid. I've stolen the stream. I have taken over everything. It's my stream now. Yeah, because that you know what? Beardy white dude taking credit for something a black woman created? No, that would never happen. What? I hope everyone's doing all right. And glad Zero, glad the drill worked out. I'm pleased with that, so I'll have to get one of those for myself at some point. Oh, also, Zero, I checked my mail just a little bit ago. Hadn't got around to DMing you yet, but since I'm here now, the funnels arrived. Thank you so much for those. I need to get some new bottle replacements because I used all the ones I had, but I will be putting those to use for certain.
Hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Was that you saying that there'll be more kitchen streams?
Yes,
Yay.
because I put way too much damn effort into getting that set up to work. It seemed to be okay, so that was nice. So that's
nice.
Fun. So yeah, probably we'll do some more at some point. Certainly not going to be a regular occurrence, but I'll pop one on the old schedule every now and then.
But
it was pretty enjoyable to do.
It was enjoyable and it was fun because it was clear once you got into it, you were having fun.
I was having fun. I still had no idea what the hell I was doing, but yeah, it was enjoyable. Just chaotic.
You okay there, Wolftrax? I mean, if Pirate's on, he's doing a very good job being in two places at once.
Well, I think it's just more the confusion of my voice on your stream.
Oh, like you and Panda and Zero don't often hop on voice.
I know. Still, good.
Oh, these little weird scarab things.
Yep. They're fun.
Yeah, I'm hoping I just don't fuck this up.
Well, like I say time and time again, that's literally impossible to do. The worst thing that can possibly happen is you bung them in some paint stripper and try again.
Oh yeah, I mean, as we both know, that inner perfectionist.
Oh, I'm entirely too aware of that, yes.
I'm gonna be careful because it is a. Remember the drinks we got at TwitchCon that were in the hotel, like commissary type shop?
Yeah.
It's like that. It's a
Gotcha.
Cosmo. I'm not gonna drink all this because I'll be asleep on the stream.
Huh.
I will.
Oh, that was me with that cocktail I made on mine yesterday. I was like, that's powerful. Okay, yep, that one hits.
Oh no, were you like out like a light?
I fucking wish. No, just very sleepy. But yeah, I definitely was feeling that one. I was like, okay, that's good. It's like, yep, probably a good time to wrap the stream at that point because I hadn't really eaten much that day because I knew I was going to be eating stuff that I had baked.
So this is gonna sound ridiculous. The fact that you drank a whole bottle of mead during the course of our Ragnarok discussion and didn't feel it, but had one drink.
Well, the difference is the mead was only 14.5 ABV.
What was the drink you made?
It was gin and triple sec, both of which were about 50 proof.
Oh, that's right.
So that one, and it made a full. I was expecting a smaller glass. It made a full freaking pint glass of it.
Oh, I was there.
So I did, and so given how much meat's actually in that bottle, it was not that much less that wound up in that cocktail.
Oh wow!
And was a significantly higher ABV.
Wow.
Way more potent. Way more potent.
Well, that's one way to make sure that you're that you can just dip into the pot of paint.
Yeah.
The whole top came off.
Oh no.
It's fine.
Yeah, I've had that happen before.
I'm like, what? Hey, Galen. It
Can be a bit scary. It was delicious and scary, yes.
because didn't you say like you really didn't taste the alcohol?
No, you couldn't taste any alcohol in it at all. It was incredibly smooth.
Oh no, those are dangerous.
Yep. Yep.
Like this is
Yep.
delicious. I'm really enjoying it. Why am I on the floor? It's
That's
fancy.
that's the nice part about having it during the cooking stream where I was standing, is I could tell that's one of those where if I'd been at a restaurant and had ordered that,
Mm-hmm.
I probably would have been done the thing of like, oh, I'm going to these are delicious. I'm going to keep ordering, and have drunk like 3 of the damn things
Oh
before
no.
standing up and then realizing that I can't.
Oh no.
Not that I've ever done that.
You know what? I can't say shit. I've done that, especially those
Hmm.
like drinks that fool you, like that one
Yep.
apparently.
Yep.
It actually made me think of the joining drink. There's not yet an official Dragon Age cookbook. There's one in the works from the
Hmm.
same company.
Oh,
Um,
nice.
yeah, and you know that I ordered it, so some point it'll be here.
Of course.
Um, well, I didn't know about it until Jade Valkyrie messaged me on Instagram of all places.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, I was like, oh, word, cool. Well, there goes my money. Um, and there's two versions of the joining drink floating around.
Hmm.
One made with Hypnotic. It's Hypnotic, a splash of Pimm's, a splash of absinthe, and orange juice. But somehow it still comes out
Hmm.
super blue.
Oh, interesting.
I believe the site is the Drunken Moogle.
Oh, I know the Drunken Boodle. That's where I got the recipe for the materia cocktails from.
Yep, if you go on Drunken Moogle and look for the joining, that they have a version
Mhm.
on there.
Nice.
Um, but there's also one that's basically a dark and stormy, but they call it the joining drink.
Hmm.
It's basically a dark and stormy.
Nice.
I have made choices. Please roll me home. I
I mean,
mean,
Torek, that was me when I was in Japan back in 2019, where I decided to make my trip to Golden Guy, and had they definitely pulled the whole ply the gaijin with drinks so
oh
that he
no.
spends more money.
What is the golden guy?
Oh, the that area in Tokyo, which is just tons of tiny bars all in one small little area.
I must not have ever got there when I was there. That does not sound familiar at all.
Hmm. It's somewhat hit and miss because a lot of the bars there won't let you in if you're foreign. But then
That
there's
could
the
be
other ones
too.
which will happily take advantage of the fact that you're foreign, and will bring you in and overcharge you for drinks, but have a great experience, which
Ah.
was the one I found.
Oh dear. Hey Jordan, thank you for the raid. Hey Lamia.
Hey, Jordan.
What were y'all up to? Yeah, I tried to get a tattoo when I was in Japan, and I still kept running into the we don't tattoo gaijin thing.
Hmm.
I was like, but I'm not a Yakuza. Okay. Good.
Um, and was this Kizu? Yes, it's in Kabukicho in Shinjuku.
Ah, Shinjuku. I did not get to Shinjuku very often. That's
Hmm.
probably why it doesn't sound familiar. I think I only got to Shinjuku 2 or 3 times during my year over there.
See, when I went, I spent 2 weeks, and it was mostly in and around Akihabara. So
Hey, well, good
I was
afternoon.
bouncing around all of that area.
Akihabara, I miss it. I miss Japan in general. Oh, I see what happened. The paint dried weird. Cause I'm like, why are these why are there little dots that are supposed to be green not showing up clearly? Oh, it's because of the way
Oh, also, which paint are you using?
for the green,
Uh-huh.
Tesseract Glow.
Okay, so bear in mind, Tesseract Glow is a technical paint. It
Yep.
is not a regular acrylic, so it's going to function differently.
Yeah, I'm being very gentle. I'm gonna do more than one layer.
Okay. Ideally, you want to do that one over white.
Well, too late now.
Mhm.
Paper towel must have dried on this one. 'Cause that is not working. But now it's giving me an idea for a mini that I have yet to touch. Hey Uwu, hey Lamia, how's your day been? What time zone are you in, Uwu? Because it's like 7 for me. Even if you're in the Pacific. Yeah, this is weird because this is definitely got something extra that dried on top.
Mm.
Well, I fucked up on some of the priming, so that was entirely my fault.
It happens.
Ah, got you. Oh, you are very much a night owl, I see. Got it. I mean, worst comes to worst, I put a tiny dot of white and redo it.
Yep.
What are you still working on your rats?
Those are off to the side. I'm trying to finish some in-flight projects before I start work on them because that's going to take over my desk for a very long time. Because I got to paint 80 of the bastards. So
80?
80.
Wow. Is that a typical
There.
size for the rats?
Yep. They're a horde army
Why are there so many?
because they're rats. Rats swarm.
Oh, fun. My brain just went to a Plague Tale, and I'm like, this is why I never finished that fucking game.
See, I never got past the opening of that game.
Plague Tale or Plague Tale Innocence?
Whatever the
I'm
first one was.
sorry, Innocence is the first one. Requiem is a sequel.
Whatever the one is that within the first 10 minutes of the game has an extremely gory dog death.
Oh, see, I have both games. I've never actually played them, so I don't know. I did not know
Yep.
that.
Got to that. Oh, sorry. Got to that scene and put the game down and never played it again.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I had no idea. It was one of those, oh, it's on Game Pass. I'll grab it. Have I played it? Absolutely not.
That was my thing. I got it on Game Pass. Experienced that. Never touched it again.
Ooh, but that would be you know what? That would actually be a really good convention panel topic. Why games need content and trigger warnings.
Yes.
Since MagFest just ended, it made me think of a panel I did at the last time I was at MagFest.
Oh.
Um, yeah, I'm trying to remember what the exact title was, but I remember Misty was on it, Brian was on it, and a couple other people were on it. Because I think it was my first or second time at MagFest, and I'd gone as part of they were trying to have basically like a make sure our panels are diverse kind of program, and
Mm-hmm.
they would bring you on. They would help cover some of your travel costs. Um, and stuff like that. And so it was a panel, and because I remember, because Misty and I disagree on Detroit Become Human. She
Mm-hmm.
likes the game. I absolutely fucking hate it. Um, and this person got up, and it was a white dude, and he went into the whole thing about the artist's vision, and how dare
Mhm.
you like try to destroy what the artist meant. And I'm like, do you hear yourself? Like, do you fucking hear what you sound like right now?
Mhm. Yeah, a wanker. He sounds like a wanker.
At least a wank is useful at the end of the day.
Ha. Yeah.
At least it serves some purpose. His argument served none. Wait, really? Kizir, were you there? Because I remember clearly because I brought up Assassin's Creed Origins, and I will give the chat a trigger warning because I wish I'd had this before starting the game. With the caveat, I do not have kids, never plan to have kids, because if I wind up pregnant,
Mhm.
it is a call me Mary Magdalene. Um, oh, then you were probably there. But I brought up that because, and again, content warning for child death. Assassin's Creed Origins starts with the death of the protagonist's son. They don't hold back. They show this kid dying, and that becomes kind of his reason for all the shit he does in the game. Yeah, it was 2019 or 2018 maybe. Ooh, that is dark black paint. This is Abaddon Black.
Yeah, that's their dark black.
I'm gonna get the little leggies. I don't know why I said leggies like I'm 5, but yep. And Father was like, if you don't shut the fuck up, I'm going to come off this table. Yeah, because it may have been the same dude, but there was someone who really felt like they had something to say. It's like, how about you just don't talk? Um, but, and I was trying to bring it up in the context of I have friends who lost kids.
Mhm.
Imagine being someone who's lost a child, through any circumstance, having no clue this is coming and starting this game. And streaming was a thing. Because that was the same year Misty, Brian, and I did the panel about streaming, and I've done that panel elsewhere. I mean, that's the same bullshit people try to pull about why games like Souls games shouldn't have accessibility. So I don't expect much out
Yeah,
of them.
I think the gold standard for that for me to this day still has been the second Arcade Spirits, where right there on the title screen they have a link to the content warnings, and they have them provided in both spoiler and non-spoiler versions. It's like, yep, that's the way to do it because it's your choice. You can decide which of those you want to go with, and if that's the perfect way to do it. And the fact that it was right there, front and center, like this is right here. You need this, it's here. If you don't, cool. That's up to you. But giving people the option of what level they want, and having it be right there, not hidden away in some different menu. You have to go through to a site like doesthedogdie.com to try and get look at the fact that it's right there, front and center of the game, and normalizes that. Yes, that is fantastic. You'll
What
be
is
able to do
so
that for
good?
free, I
I
think.
missed something.
Well, I was just saying about how Arcade Spirits, the
Oh,
new
yeah,
challenges,
yeah.
does this.
Yeah, I couldn't play that for other reasons, and it was
Mhm.
more, for those who don't know,
Right.
yeah, Andrea, who voiced, I think I blocked it out just for my own well-being, but,
Grace is the character name.
yeah, Andrea voiced Grace, and that was her last role. And I was like, well, I'm done here, goodbye.
Yeah. Yeah, I
And I,
know a lot of people were had that same reason as they couldn't do it.
yeah. So I was like, okay, well, that's my heart for the day. I'm going to go now. Goodbye.
Hmm.
But like it also made me think about Up. Up has no trigger warnings, and it starts with, again, content warning. It
Hmm.
starts with a child being stillborn and their grief. And I was like, why the fuck would you do this, Pixar? All right. Bye, Zero. Have a good night.
See, I
Good
think
luck.
with that type of thing, that's a case of it's and using that same type of thing as Arcade Spirits. Like I said, just put like if you're doing like the DVD or Blu-ray, have an option for it right there on the title menu, or in like a movie theater hanging out. Like it be a thing like that's there as like a flyer or something. Like because I do think there's like I would not for me the way I tend to consume things and enjoy things, it would impact for me personally. It would impact my enjoyment of the movie if it gave the list of, like if you go see it in the theater and it runs through it at the start. I personally would hate that. Um,
Yeah.
because because the way my brain works, now that I've read that through it, so now rather than enjoying the movie, I'm going to be spending the entire thing subconsciously trying to figure out which parts of the movie apply to which part of the warning it gave. It's going to completely destroy my ability to focus on the movie because of the way my brain operates. So I don't think it should be there. It's kind of one of those things of doing something that makes it more accessible for other people can have the opposite effect for somebody else. Kind of the whole conflicting accommodations type of thing, but giving it like like a flyer that you can give out like somewhere it's to where it's right there and available if you want it. There's a happy middle ground.
Yeah. Well, like I had friends who had dealt with a stillbirth not long before they came
Mhm.
out, and I was like, they're like, oh, we're gonna go see it. I was like, oh my god, do not go see this movie right now.
Yes.
And they were like, why? I'm like, do you want to relive the trauma that you just went through? Do not go see this movie right
Hmm.
now. Oh yeah, ooh, that's why like when we were doing the spoiler chat and Kelly brought up the game where the person has like multiple personality disorder, psychosis.
Oh, Hellblade.
Yeah, and granted,
Yes.
I did not play Hellblade for my own reasons,
Hmm.
but they did actually work with, I believe they work with psychologists and people who have those disorders
Hmm.
to be a mindful and also accurate. But people act like disabilities just didn't exist, even though we constantly find medieval and other eras where people, I don't know,
Hmm.
had prosthetics. Didn't they find like an Egyptian sarcophagus or something that was far older than people would have thought that had a prosthetic eye?
Yep. Something like that. Yeah, we go back way further than people think. Way further.
And I'm just like, you do know that people had these aids well
Hmm.
before we had the technology. They made prosthetic eyes or just fake eyes out of stone and glass. And
Hmm.
what do you think sailors did if they lost an eye on the sea?
I was going to say, I mean, I would like to point out piracy. Hi.
Yep, I mean, pirates slapped an eye patch on and kept going.
Yep.
I don't know. People are fucking weird and entitled.
Hmm. Yep.
I know. Cause what's the saying that's always contributed to Miyazaki? Anime was a mistake.
Yep.
Like, well, gamers were a mistake.
Yep.
I said fandoms were a mistake, and you would have thought I told everybody fuck off and die.
Well, fandoms are a mistake. Fandoms are terrible.
Oh, I know. We all know this. But
Yep.
there are people who reacted to that one fucking tweet. Like
Hmm.
I said, go climb the highest building and jump off.
Yep. Being a fan of things is great. Fandoms are terrible.
I mean, that's why, like, as much as I love Dragon Age and Mass Effect, I don't fuck with the fandoms.
Hmm.
I have one Discord that I'm in that is specifically for a pairing I like in Dragon Age, and other than that, I don't fuck with it. I mean, people are the problem. Like, they're like, even now that people are coming back to Tumblr and it seems like
Hmm.
fandoms seem to be coming back, I'm like, go with God and anime, it ain't gonna be me.
Hmm.
So I've got a silly question, Pirate.
Hmm.
In the book, many of these minis have basing on them, but
Yep.
obviously the intro, like the starter kit doesn't have stuff like that.
Hmm.
Is it a big deal if you don't have that kind of terrain on your minis? Like if
Nah.
I were to walk into a store with these.
As long as the base is at least like a color, that'll be fine.
Hmm. So as long as I don't leave it like clearly primer white, it's okay.
Yeah.
Hmm, interesting.
Like, no, that's fine. Like, I mean, again, every store is going to have its own different thing, but as far as like official tournament shit goes, no, you'd be fine.
Uh, People say what for which game? Ooh, excuse me. I'm trying to keep up on
Oh,
chat. I missed what Uwu
um,
game.
Angry Riku made the comment that says reminding me of someone on Twitter wanting proof that PTSD existed, and then when presented with it, went to say that's only allegory, it's not the actual term.
Do they have a
So
copy of the
I think,
DSM in front of them?
or
Oh, in the
existed
ancient.
in the ancient world. Yeah.
Oh my god. That's okay, Riku. I also was literally looking up from painting a very tiny leg.
Hmm.
You're fine. So, Pirate, what's on
Hmm.
deck for you this week, streaming wise? Because tomorrow is a regular stream day for you, correct?
Yes, tomorrow is regular stream day. I think it's going to be some Fortnite. I feel like just running around and just shooting the crap out of stuff.
Fork knife.
Um, yep, fork knife. We'll see how I feel after work, but
I
yeah, I'll do
dare,
that.
I dare say after
Mhm.
work you will likely want to go run around and play fork knife.
That's kind of where I'm thinking. Yeah. Um, then Thursday's probably going to be mini painting, and Saturday we'll be starting Final Fantasy VIII, which
Yay.
I'm very much looking forward to.
Yeah, between you and Mr. Happy, I'm getting all the Final Fantasy content I ever need.
Yeah, he is like one of the big FF14 names. Like back in the day, his raid videos and Miztek's raid videos were the main two.
Yeah, I lurk sometimes because I don't always feel like talking
Yeah.
when I'm in his channel.
Mhm.
But that goes with a lot of channels, even people I like. Sometimes I just like
Yep.
I'm here.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of channels who I fairly regularly lurk in them. I don't think I've ever spoken in them. I just kind of hang out there, lurk and enjoy it, just do my thing. But it's especially if it's one where like the chat moves a mile a minute, or just is. I enjoy the streamer, but the community in the chat isn't one I really want to engage with.
Know that feeling.
Yeah. Hmm.
So it was interesting. Of all the people whose streams I never thought I would hang out in and enjoy would be Trihex. But I attribute this to actually getting to meet him and hang out.
Hmm.
Because again, normally when would I get a chance to meet him?
Right.
But it was interesting because he finally beat Gana, Na or Gana.
I I think it's nah. I think it's a soft G, but I could be wrong.
Because now my brain immediately filled in Manamana.
Mhm.
Um,
I'm not sure the actual pronunciation because I just started calling her Nasshole after how long it took me to beat her. So
well, actually, you had the stream up when he finally did beat her,
uh-huh.
and he was talking about like how fucking ridiculous the chat was while playing God of War, because he had so much
Oh.
attempted backseating. Um,
Mm.
and I'm just here like, do you all hear yourselves? Because even after he Nah. Someone's like, well, your armor was under level. He's like, but I beat her though.
Yeah.
Like,
Mm-hmm.
thanks, but no thanks. I beat her though.
Mm-hmm.
Do 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 do. I mean, we all do it. Can't help it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yay, the little bugs are painted, sort of. I think we all kind of have that automatic reaction depending on our age.
And now I just miss the Muppets.
I mean, we all miss the Muppets though. What
I mean,
kind
that's
of
true.
what kind of soulless creature would not miss the Muppets?
Uh-huh.
And yeah, I said it. If somebody hears this later and thinks I called him a
Mm-hmm.
soulless asshole, I sure did.
Yep, you're correct.
Ooh, that was close.
I know they, I know they still do occasional stuff, but I don't know. My big issue with most recent Muppet stuff is they've now in all the new stuff they pair Gonzo with Pepe the Prawn instead of with Rizzo. And I Muppet Christmas Carol is one of my favorite movies of all time. I love the Gonzo Rizzo pairing, and I just want
Mandy,
more of that.
hello. I see a wild Mandy.
Hey, speaking of my plan to play Fortnite tomorrow,
I feel
Mandy
like
stole.
Mandy felt it in the universe.
Yes.
You should join us on voice chat, Mandy. You never join voice chat because I'm usually on during the day. I like how she's like, Fortnite?
Yes, I'm going to be doing Fortnite for stream, Mandy. If you happen to be around and available at my usual stream time,
I love how certain things bring people out to work, like you rang.
yep.
That's hilarious. And yes, I am drinking out of the bottle. Sue me. I should learn to play the fork knife. Is Geralt in the game yet?
I haven't checked. I haven't logged into it since Christmas. I presume by now he is.
If Geralt is in the game and I'm done with my work, I'm very tempted to try to join you.
There's yeah, I paid for my shitty murder son from My Hero Academia, and I haven't logged into it since. If you're my part, we end that lost be stream. Absolutely, totally fine.
Co-stream! I wish they had what the fuck is the streaming together thing? Not and that's the wrong thing.
I know what you mean though. That one site that's like you can have like up to like 4 people multi-stream. That's it.
Not multi-stream, but the thing that only partners have.
Oh, a different thing. Okay, then I don't know.
Like 4 partners can be together. It's either 4 up to
Uh,
6 people, and you get one link. You get one window that will show everyone's stream. I thought he was too, Riku. That was my only thing. Like you rang. There's Geralt's in there. You
well,
rang.
they've had him in the main like load screens as coming soon for like a month. So that may just be like he's part of this season, and so they haven't actually put him up for purchase yet.
Yeah, I haven't done the co-stream. Whatever it is built in for partners. I've not done it in so long.
Hmm.
I literally forgot what it's called.
I actually didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, and it's been around long enough where I feel like everybody should have the option, but still
Hmm.
it's a partner only perk, which I kind of hate.
Yeah.
Because imagine that, partners not wanting everything to be just for them.
Hmm.
I better be careful. Take away my partner badge. The Doom guy. I like how you're like, it's the Doom
Yep.
guy. Let's see. I'm going to try to base this one in Rune Lord Brass, since we finally got him assembled. The Scorpica, whatever the fuck it is. Squad streaming, thank you. I barely use it because partners, I'm not a partner anybody wants to hang out with, so I don't know what it is, but I guess I'm not cool like them. Ew. Sorry. I might have to engage the Nip Knot, but I don't know where it is right now. Oh well.
I've certainly had those nights. I was like, wait, where did the nip knob go? Usually after much heavier drinking.
Wait, isn't the nip knob usually plugged in on your desk?
Yes.
Wow, and you still can't find it?
Yeah, that's definitely what the nip knob I'm alluding to right now. Absolutely. I'm absolutely not making a joke.
I almost used your whole name. Wednesdays, I'm gonna slip and use your whole name. Like your whole first name.
I think Tuck did Tuck actually use my full name when they were yelling at me the other day?
No,
It
they
might
just
have.
still said pirate.
No, this is the Discord DM.
Oh, I was like, in your chat? No.
Pull it up and check.
The thing is, I know your whole
No,
name,
I
but I
see what
would not do that.
they they did the all caps Chris middle name, real last name.
Oh,
They
I don't
did.
think I know
Yes.
your middle name.
I don't think anyone does.
Except Tuck, apparently.
Well, no, she literally wrote out middle name. They
Oh,
literally wrote out
oh,
middle
I
name.
was like,
That was literally what they wrote in caps.
okay. I was like, wait, how does Tuck know your middle name? What the fuck?
They don't.
I was gonna say, wait, that's a dry brush? What the fuck kind of dry brush is this? Well, it's not a dry brush anymore. I was like, wait a second, how does Tuck know your middle name?
They don't.
My whole fucking government name is out there as a matter of record, and I hate that.
Yeah, so that's one of those things is where there's a lot of people who I wouldn't mind knowing it, but I'm sure as fuck not going to say it on the stream.
Oh no, no.
That's yeah.
What when I say your whole name, I mean like the full first name.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
Although Brian, Urban Bohemian, I don't know if he's still lurking
Mhm.
around, because he was making dinner right when I went live, because I'd
Mhm.
asked him about Destiny. Um,
Hmm.
Pirate's full first name is Carl. What the fuck, Mandy? Okay, sure, we'll go with that. Um,
Why not? Why not?
sure, but he has his full name in his email signature.
Mm.
I'm always like, why though? That's where my brain just goes, huh? I use C, but it just amuses me because I've said it before. On paper, I have the whitest fucking name. I do. My middle name's Colleen. Oh no, Uwu. Carl the giant elk also did
Oh
work.
no.
Pirate is now
Yes. Oh,
Carl.
the giant elk, yes.
Oh my god.
Yes. Oh, that stream was so much fun.
I need so I know I've been trying to do like a home game, but I
Mhm.
would like to do like a one shot of the Dragon Age RPG like on my channel.
Mhm.
Maybe for
That would be
my
fun.
maybe for a birthday charity thing.
Oh, that could be fun.
It could. I just don't know what my birthday plans are this year.
Yeah.
Cause this year April 5th is on a Friday,
Mhm.
I think. No one did anything. It's not just you, Mandy. No one has done anything in that chat. Hopefully I can still find it. Um, but I mean, I do still want to do the home game, but I think it would be fun to do, especially like, oh my God, Mandy, you would be. What do you think Mandy would play in the Dragon Age universe? You know, you could also get on voice and dispute this with
Mhm.
us, Mandy. That is my unsubtle way of inviting you to be on voice chat.
I'm going to go with Dalish Elf.
Absolutely, and she would have a hot herd of Hala.
That is exactly why.
You would be Meryl.
Yep. That's exactly where my mind was going with this.
Oh my God, Mandy as Meryl from Clan Sabre. Hey, Sarah, how are you? Did the Warhammer in my title lure you in? Sarah also does a lot of Warhammer.
Oh, nice.
I am finally painting some of these minis that have been on my desk and based forever. 'Cause
Hello.
That's I'm
hello,
doing.
we have
Oh,
a Mandy.
we do. I'm trying to finish up some of them that have been on my desk half painted for literally months.
Oh, nice. Well, depending on when you get here for Adepticon, or if you stay after, please let me know.
Mhm.
Also, Painting Pirate, who's on voice, will be in town for Adepticon.
Yes.
You all
That
should
reminds me
chat.
to actually register for it.
You all should chat because Pirate does Warhammer stuff too. It is his
He
fault
does.
that I'm painting Warhammer right now.
Mwahaha.
Blame pirate.
Yes.
That's our new hashtag, Blame Pirate.
I'm fine with this.
And yes, Awkwardish
I'm
Panda in
fine
the
with this.
chat is going to be at Adepticon as well.
Mhm. I
Um,
also now have the because I bought the Marvel Crisis Protocol base set as well. Now that a friend of mine has joined Atomic Mass Games and has encouraged me to get into it, so
yeah, this is the Necron Lieutenant, I think. I've not managed to build.
looks like it. Yes.
I've not managed to build any of the other ones because I am full of fail when it comes to putting these together.
The
So
Necrons
much
are a little
extra work.
fiddly.
What do
They
you
are
say?
pretty fiddly.
Oh, I said it was so much extra work watching you put them together, and I was like, oh no, I
Mhm.
could not.
I got it eventually, but I was just like, I followed the instructions and everything. Why is it so hard?
Mhm.
Oh, I know. I'm just it this is the starter set that snaps together. I've been
Mhm.
full of fail for the ones that you have to glue together.
So it's gotta get you into it now so that you're hooked by the time 10th edition eventually comes out, which I suspect will be announced some point this year.
Oh no, Pirate, what are you doing?
It's all backwards compatible, it's fine, but that way when the new set comes out, which I'm sure will be happening because they're starting the usual stuff they do to build up to a new version announcement. Yeah.
Oh no, I've been duped.
Mhm.
Oh, I know there's no wrong way to hobby. I'm
Oh.
fiddly. Hello?
Oh, that me. I'm cleaning my desk right now, and I was like, oh, I found something. I didn't realize what it was.
Okay, for a split second you sounded so different. I thought someone else had joined chat.
Dun dun dun.
I mean, it's happened before, which is why we now have dedicated channels.
Mm. And Sarah, yes, the flayed ones, I've assembled those, and they were some of the worst minis I've ever tried to assemble,
Oh
insofar as
no.
difficulty, because they are extremely delicate.
My God, y'all! I have an old copy of I think this is Microsoft Office in 2007.
Wow.
Was Office a thing back then?
Oh yeah. Office was a thing when I was in high school, I think. Like
Was
that's
it?
yeah. Office has been a thing for
I mean,
ages.
like I was looking at the copy I think of Diablo 2 that I had was like for Windows 2000, and I'm like, why do I still have these things?
2000?
I mean, at this point, they're collector's items. I'm sure.
I mean, if I had an optical drive, I would absolutely take that copy of The Sims off your hands.
I have a crap. What is this called? Hold on, the box is right here because I was looking at it. It's like a removable, or not a removable, but like plugs in via USB optical drive.
Hey, it's
Oh,
still an
nice.
optical drive. That means you can play The Sims.
Yeah, I was like, why? It's just wild to me. It's like original copy of the Sims, original or copy of the original Sims, Halo
Yep.
Combat Evolved, and then Diablo 1 and Diablo 2.
Oh my god, you should contact Maxis and be like, do you have a museum?
I was just like, why do I have like it was this like one small section of stuff that I thought I'd gone through previously and I apparently had not. Cause like I still had a couple like little booklets and things from stuff when I like 3 PC builds ago from like 2012.
Oh my god.
And I'm like, why is this all here?
That's what happens though. Oh, you didn't have a Windows machine until 95? Wow. Do you remember the old clamshell Pismos, Sarah? The black ones where everybody's like, "Oh, that's so cool." And it literally looked like a clamshell. I have one of those in the closet. I don't know if it even
Hey,
still
like
works.
collectible items now.
I really thought about calling like the Smithsonian or Museum of Science and Industry and going, "This is a really old MacBook," because MSI actually has an old technology like section.
Okay, well,
I got to go through like I don't even know what you would call it, but I got to do a tour of like the back end of the museum where they like house everything. And
yeah.
like when they're like going through collections, like if someone like notable dies and they've got stuff that's like bequeathed or on loan to the museum. So like where they kind of catalog everything and then go through it and prep it. It's actually really fascinating. I have so many photos. I think they're on my I'm failing at words today. The photo site, Flickr.
Oh, God, Flickr. That's like
Um,
2008.
I still have my Flickr account because that's where a lot of my uh photos wound up before digital photography was really a thing. Like a lot of my Japan photos are there because I went when I went and came back, it was when you could go to Walgreens and get a CD full of your photos.
Well, I was telling you all, side note for people, because this was in another chat, that I found my old 35 millimeter camera with black and white film to go with it, because I spent a whole period of time just taking shots in black and white. And even now, I'm like, can I even still take it to like a Walgreens or
I think
CVS to get
so.
that developed?
I think so. Although I can't tell you the last time I used actual film. Right? I still have all my original prints and the CDs and the negatives from my year in Japan.
G and V. So this is F and there's F. Okay, well,
Well,
I found a whole bunch of old USB drives from that I got from video game things.
oh, like the here's our press kit or whatever.
Yeah, so I have like an EA one, there's a Warframe one, there's a Transformers, and I think this one I got from Battlefield. Um, but I have so many drives that I'm like, well, crap, what are each of the drives I already have? So I have like CFD. I have one of my hard drives, which is titled The Abyss.
nice.
I
I have my
mean,
SSD for games, and then I have another hard drive, which is my backup to The Abyss, which is titled The Void.
the void.
They're just like these. The last time I built this, I was like, here's a like 1.5 or 2 terabyte drive, and I just like dump stuff onto them.
Mm,
So it's The Abyss and The Void.
Makes
wow.
sense.
Surprising no one, my hard drive partitions are named after Dragon Age characters.
Yeah.
I mean, that's fair.
Mhm.
Yes, Fenris and Anders. My main PC is named Fenris, actually. Then I killed the chat.
I was going to ask if you had one named Sebastian that was just for files that you needed to use once for a specific thing, but then never wanted to look at again.
Not named Sebastian. I do have an external hard drive that has no name, but now it does.
And is now named Sebastian.
Because I've got two 2 terabyte hard drives attached to the PC that were supposed to be for downloading all the audio from when I was doing my podcast.
Hmm.
Oh, this
Because,
might be broken.
oh no. RC. Oh my god. You named your PC RC. I love it.
I really appreciate that. Oh, this is fun. This is obviously from when I messed up my PlayStation.
I found a hard drive just like that. It's in its case and it's in a enclosure, and I'm like, I don't know if I can get anything off of here. Because surprising no one, console file systems are proprietary.
What?
I know. Now the question though is, Sarah, did you paint the PC in RC's colors? Or at least put a Transformer sticker on it to name it RC?
That's a good one. E-Kicks, what the heck is in here? Oh, yep.
I love this, like, what's in here? Why do you sound like me going through the closet the other day?
Oh, well, you all got my text message play by play as I was cleaning stuff out.
Ooh.
Oh, that's unfortunate. That would be a really cool one to keep. It looks like a key.
Oh, I think
Oh,
I know which one you're talking about. I think I have that same flash drive somewhere.
2K did a set.
Yep, I
I
have
have
that
one that
one.
looks like a credit card from Hawken, which was a mecha game, if anybody remembers that.
No.
Um,
This is a Necron Lieutenant. The only one that I've managed to put together from the starter set that Pirate gifted me.
oh, this must be the Hawken or the Warframe USB drive from when they were releasing to PS4.
My god. Does that even work?
I mean, I can get into it, so apparently.
This is hilarious. I
It's
feel
like a
like,
decade old.
wow. I feel like we're on, what's the show like where people find stuff and then take it to, what is
Like
it?
Antiques Roadshow?
Yes. It feels like we're,
All of my antiques are video game related. Like, what was the press kit for a game in 2008?
I mean, to some people that would
Right.
be an antique.
I was gonna say, like a video game specific Antiques Roadshow would be kind of amazing, though.
It would be.
Oh my god, we could do that. Mandy, you could use guest star and you could hold up things you found and we can discuss it.
Oh, that would be hilarious.
And then give it a value on like what we think, and then we could look it up and see if there's any value.
I have such like a ridiculous mix of old things, though.
So, what is Antiques Roadshow? Don't they do that same thing?
Like, I have just like I've basically been dumping anything that I don't want to get rid of, but I don't actively use into these giant plastic bins. So like all of my like NES and SNES and Nintendo 64 stuff is in like one box.
Sarah said that. Oh, excuse me. Having an old CRT the consoles be plugged into, it would be worth more if it still worked. Sarah, if you don't mind, can you remind me of pronouns? And then for anyone who doesn't know, that we use the pronoun extension.
Ooh, do we
So,
have a command for that?
yes, it should just be exclamation pronouns.
Huzzah!
Yes. Stay in the base, you fucker.
I've only been modding for you for years, and yet I still somehow consistently manage to have zero memory of any of the commands.
Look, there are a lot of commands. It's fair.
There are. When I was going in trying to update stuff before the God of War chat, in Nightbot alone, I have over 150. So I did go through and start deleting shit, and I'm like, this is never going to be used again. Thank you.
I need to do that because I have a bunch of mine because I'm terrible at going and removing them when they're not relevant anymore. So I need to get rid of like the various like charity events that are long past. But I still have a command to promote. I need to go and remove all of those.
Well, that's why I
Okay.
updated the spoiler cast one to just give a link to the YouTube video. Who's
That's a good
having a
idea.
sale?
I am probably clicking. What is this?
I miss my Genesis. I wish it still worked, and I wish I still had it.
I love the. That's why I got the Genesis Mini when that came out.
I have that. It's
'Cause I
still
was-
in the box. Because I'm
Because
the
I was
worst.
I was a Mega Drive kid. Like I never had like a Nintendo system until I got an N64. Well after I moved into the US and found one secondhand.
Oh wow.
So I was always a Mega Drive kid. Went Mega
Same
Drive to
DC.
PlayStation.
My what's the Saturn one that was between? It was after the Mega Drive. It's a
That was
Sega.
the Saturn, wasn't it? Or the 32X? Do you mean?
No, before the 32X.
It
Shenmue
was
was
just
the flagship game for it.
was that just the Sega CD?
No,
Because the Saturn, I think that was the Saturn that you're talking about.
no, it's
Wasn't the Saturn
gray. It's a
Shenmue?
gray console, and I'm blanking on the name, even though it's in the living room.
Like the original PlayStation?
No, this was a Sega console. The Dreamcast.
Oh, okay, Sega.
Oh, Dreamcast. Yes.
Dreamcast. I was
okay,
like,
yeah.
the first thing that's gray in a console that comes to mind for me is the PlayStation.
Oh no!
Yeah.
If I, and the funny thing is, I could have just got up and walked in the living room and looked at it because it's right on top of the console. It is a Sega Dreamcast. I have one that still works.
Nice.
I don't know if you can stream from it though, because does it have HDMI?
Yeah, I
I
think
have
you
no
probably
idea.
need an adapter for it.
Okay. Because I
Yeah,
have
that must have
Shenmue.
been pre HDMI.
Well, I know the original PlayStation was. The original was. I
Yeah.
have the PS2. I don't know. Is the PS2 HDMI or is it pre HDMI?
PS2 was composite.
Is what?
Composite, the RGB.
Oh, okay.
Like the,
Because I absolutely did not hear composite out of that. I'm like, what?
DC on mute. I turn off commands, but I always forget to delete them.
Art. This conversation is validating my choice to pick up the C64 Mini.
I was always
Nice.
tempted by that. The C64 was my first ever like computer type system.
That's the Commodore, right?
Alternative metal.
Oh no. What was that?
That was my Amazon Spy device.
Okay. Well, as long as we know what it was.
Okay, because I just
That was,
suddenly heard a woman's voice, and I was like, if you have a woman over there, get the fuck off this call.
No, it was the Spy device because I changed my the activation term from Alexa to computer. Partly because it makes me feel like I'm on Star Trek, and partly so that whenever people say the name Alexa, it doesn't alert it.
Got it.
But it had picked up what I just said about it being my first system, and so it started searching for System of a Down.
I mean,
Which I don't hate, but that's not what I
but I'm
intended
just
to
like,
happen.
where is this voice coming from? Also, so it's a lotion bar, and it smells like lemongrass and eucalyptus, and I kind of want to just leave it open to smell it, because it's so good. It's also like, it's weird. It's like roll-on
nice.
lotion. Kazir asked, I don't know if you want to read that out loud.
I'm not going to read it out loud for exactly that reason. However, what I want to do is I want to find, and normally I think it's ridiculous that some of the stuff can be made Bluetooth, but I want to find like one of those like fancy like programmable tea makers.
Oh, nice.
I want to find one that can be hooked. I
Ooh.
want to find one that is Alexa enabled purely so that I can start my mornings by going computer, Earl Grey, hot, and it'll actually do it.
Did it respond?
I mean,
just now?
I am here for this.
Did it respond just now?
No.
Huh. I thought it would have.
You.
It's. I was actually surprised it picked up because with my accent, usually it can be a little picky.
Oh my god, is this the old? Y'all, I got some wild and ridiculous things.
Oh.
I found my
You-
old it was like this weird little playing card like thing or collector card that PlayStation gave out at the PlayStation Experience in 2015.
Uh-huh.
And I think I might have found the
Oh my god, some
Original,
nerd would probably pay you such good money for that.
I also have a Microsoft gift card, but if it's the gift card I'm thinking of, it's from when the Xbox One launched.
Oh my god.
Because I got hired, I was contracted to be an MC hosting like the launch party at one of the Microsoft stores. And one of the things they were like, oh, like we agreed to payment in advance, but one of the things is like, we'll give you in addition, like a gift card that you can use towards stuff for your Xbox. Because I had no intention of getting the Xbox One, and then I came home with one from that event because, of course,
Wait, they gave you one or you bought one?
they gave it. It was like part of. I was paid to do the event, but then they're like, "Well, would you also accept an Xbox One and accessories and games with it?"
And you're like, sure.
I guess.
Yeah, I was like, so it was this whole thing because I had zero interest in having the Xbox One, but I wasn't going to turn down a console.
Right.
So after all this shade, because I was podcasting still at the time about how I wasn't going to go out of my way to buy it, I was like, so look what followed me home, everyone. I think that is my actual post that I made, was that something followed me home, and it was a picture of the Microsoft Store bag just angled well enough that you could see the Xbox One logo on the box inside.
Nice.
Oh my god. I'm debating how I
And-
want to base the Primaris Captain if I want to use this white. Because I have a Corex white base paint. For the parts that are not primed in blue. I do not remember Microsoft Bob. Also, Sarah says that your accent is an easy one.
It's not for devices like that because my tendency to drop T's can sometimes make it very difficult for those devices to understand me.
Really?
Yep.
I don't remember Microsoft Bob. Maybe that was because the first computer I had access to in school was an Apple IIe.
Oh, wow.
What?
I was like, well, let me go look up if there's anything on this card. I'm pretty sure I would have used it all. And it's like, you need to call a number to check your balance.
Oh my god. Wow.
Proof that this is probably the card I got from 2013.
Oh, hi, Gracie. That's hilarious. I was like, are you okay over there? So what I just based was the Overlord, their Necron Warriors, and their Scorpek Destroyers. Those are the ones I have not put together yet. It's okay. I was just like, is that some computer speak that I just don't remember?
Yeah, anything here would be outdated. It's fine if I throw it away.
Did I tell you all that someone messaged me on Twitter and wanted to buy the box? Not the stuff I got, but the box that the Assassin's Creed Venom collection came in?
Well, no. That's an interesting.
So, you know, like how Venom, the people who make MMA stuff,
Yeah.
they collaborated with Ubisoft, and you can buy Assassin's Creed, and I was wearing it earlier till I did laundry. So they came out with a collection. They've actually got an updated collection for 2023, but it was sent in this lovely gift box that's like a mix of the Assassin's Creed and Venom logo. And they actually went back and found the tweet where I did my influencer penance of thanks Ubisoft, thanks Venom, you know, this is really dope, etc. And they found the tweet, sent me my own tweet, and was like, hey, would you be interested in selling this box? And I was like, what? And they're like some Ubisoft super fan from France.
Huh.
Now keep in mind, they didn't get sent. I don't know if like that wasn't sent to outside the US or whatever, but they really wanted to give me at least €100 just for the empty box.
Damn.
But it would probably cost me €50 to send it. Because it would
I
be
was gonna say,
weird
if they're willing to pay
packaging.
shipping, they're willing to pay shipping.
I don't know, I was just like, are you like a empty box that for something you didn't even get sent? To me, that's weird. I guess I'll
I mean, on
base
the
this
one
card
hand,
in
I
white.
don't get. On the one hand, don't get it. On the other hand, if someone's going to offer me €100 for a box, I'll happily take that.
I know,
Pay shipping.
I was so thrown out because they had to go looking for it because they followed me and it was like, oh, another Ubisoft creator, I'll follow them back. And I was like, you really want this? Okay, sure. This is weird. The message I deleted was a lot of sixes. Yes, Gracie is my cat.
Mhm.
No, I just didn't know if it was like, oh, you're talking about old computer stuff? Here's some binary that you might not recognize. Hey, Sirius.
Hey, Sirius.
Hi, serious. How do
I'm glad to see you're not dead from cookies.
Chris.
has lived?
Yes,
Oh.
Sirius is alive. I
Do
did
I
not
have
kill
to-
Sirius.
Do I have to yell at you?
Is
Never.
a concern.
You felt
Oh,
that in
there we
your
go.
spirit, didn't you?
Yes.
I just
I
hear
don't
like,
have a spirit. I'm British.
Well, in basic fails for the day, I was like, well, I guess this old audio recorder is dead. I'll just throw it away. Because
Oh.
I plugged it in to charge it and then it wasn't turning on after leaving it charged.
Uh-huh.
It uses batteries.
Oh no.
I almost used your whole name just now.
I was like, in my mind, I'm like, it has to be like a rechargeable battery and you plug it in. And then I'm sitting here going like, well, there's a part in the back that opens. Let me just double check it before I throw it away.
Oh my god.
So you saying
Hi.
recorder fails just made me flash back to you in the Charityvania game.
There were a lot of fails during the Charityvania game.
Wow, Sarah gave you a slow clap.
And listen, I own up to my fails, y'all.
Alright, I'm gonna try to paint this tiny little piece of a skeleton because it actually goes with this and I absolutely forgot to paint it and put it on there.
You got this.
But I was just like, where is this tiny fucking skeleton coming from? Oh. That's where you're coming from.
Okay, well, this still works now.
But it's so tiny.
Yep,
Yes.
Games Workshop love their little tiny details.
Yeah,
Let
they
me throw
do.
this here. Then
Yeah, this one has no primer on it because I totally forgot it when I was spray priming everything. So it's gonna get this base of Coralax white and sit here until I remember it exists. But Chris, I'm gonna fuss at you because you are self-deprecating to a dangerous level.
I know I can't cook.
Yes, but I'm sure that you are not in danger of actually killing anyone.
No, but
fine.
it's
You
funny.
did great. I
It's a
definitely
comedic exaggeration.
only got a couple of clips.
It's funny, it's funny you say that because I know people got a couple of and posted them in chat, but I went back because I was double checking because earlier today I was starting to work on the Final Fantasy VII compilation video. I went back to check what the names of some of the clips were and went, oh, that's a lot of clips from that stream yesterday.
I think I got like 4 or 5. And I missed like the first hour plus.
The Tau. Which one are the Tau, Sarah?
What is this?
Ah!
Tension, your box opens like this. Okay.
See, Sarah says she's gonna bring the cookies back if you don't stop.
No, I don't think that's what she's saying. I think she's threatening to bake cookies for me if I continue, which I'm not sure how that's a threat.
It's like then you two can just force feed each other cookies. Problem solved.
I will bake new cookies.
New cookies, yeah. Oh no. Please don't bake cookies for me.
Wow.
What a threat.
I don't think that's having the intended effect, Sarah.
was gonna say, if you're trying to convince me like that, that's only encouraging me to be self-deprecating more. I engage in my typical method of humor, and I get cookies for it. That's a win-win.
So how about we say no cookies?
See, that's
Bad
the threat.
pirate, no cookies. And she's like, wait.
So, no.
Like, hold, please.
It's not working the way we intended. All right.
Like, what if,
Trash.
were either of you in Zero's chat when pronouns in my bio came in and tried to be sneaky but did so by using all caps?
I did not see this.
I did not, but in my mind, I'm like, using all caps is gonna immediately draw attention.
Yes. And it's like, you don't see this resub. I'm sneaky. And we're all like, but Sam, you just came into the chat with all caps and you resubbed. How did you think that was going to work?
Mm-hmm.
Somehow,
And Sam was
despite it
like,
having only been a week,
uh-huh.
I've misplaced the recorder.
Did Susie take it from you?
I mean, it's
Susie's
possible.
learning to play the recorder.
Wish list. What are you up to, DC? Type exclamation throne.
All caps, the classiest of messaging techniques.
Oh no, I have to be
I try
nice
to use
myself
that
get
very
cookies?
deliberately. With intent.
There is no wish list command. I can see you, DC. It's exclamation throne if that's what you're trying to do.
Spelling's overrated, serious.
I will say though, A, my birthday is in 4 months. I have no shame. And B, I just added a bunch of bougie barware to my list. I have no shame.
I support you in this.
Yeah, nor should you.
Well, I'm also turning 50, so which feels very weird to say. All right, I'm gonna spray base or brush this one.
I mean, I'm done having shame shit. My birthday's in February. I'm going to start banging on about that when that month starts.
Hey, Pirate, what day is your birthday?
February 25th.
So make a note in the mod calendar. I mean, you could be
Do
like,
I have everybody's birthday I know in my planner? Yes, I do.
You could be unashamed about it, like Masood, who even made a GIF.
I mean, I might do that. 25th.
Wait, today's his
There we go.
birthday, I think. Can someone check Masood's Twitter and see if he tweeted that? Because there's a GIF of him saying, because we had an episode on his birthday and he would not let it go that it was his birthday. So there is a GIF of Masood that he now uses every year from Rivals.
Nice.
I do not see a post from him for today.
Maybe it's the 11th. I know that. Oh God. Hey, Lovely.
Welcome in, Raider.
Oh, that's right. Sam is starting The Witcher. Hello. How are you? How was your foray into The Witcher?
Mm-hmm.
I remember Kelly talking about it earlier.
Mm-hmm.
You hid your list for your birthday. You know, we'll just find out anyway. Welcome, Raiders.
Mm-hmm.
See, some of us cheat, and if we don't make a list, then
Mm-hmm.
That's okay. I have your address.
this is
Mine-
a failure on my part. I did not think that far in advance.
And also I know that you like yarn, so
So
just
many
testing.
things.
Mm-hmm.
DC, you're not slick.
Just pressing all the buttons like you do.
I'm sure this is just DC trying to test more Stream Deck fanciness.
You know, even though you can't see my face, you know exactly what I'm looking like. And also, hey, welcome, Sam. I hope you had a great time. Kelly, if you are there as well. I know Kelly was hanging out on voice with you as you forayed into The Witcher. But welcome, everybody. My name is Cypher. I do a bunch of variety. And today's variety is various minis of the Warhammer and other variety as I'm joined on voice by Painting Pirate and Lady Luck 34.
Hello.
Hi.
The stream with DC and are further prove the value of buttons. Oh, you mean the remote control of your stream?
Yeah, that one was I was very amused. I was also just
I'm-
there to cause chaos.
You?
I would never.
No, that doesn't sound like you at all.
I can
I would
see,
never.
Mandy, I
I'm
can
telling you that.
see the little devil on your little devil
Yeah.
horns popping up.
I'm telling you that Tweet Watcher extension I found, that's life changing. Love that thing.
Tweet or stream? Because is that the one you told
But
me about?
the Stream Deck plugin.
Yeah, it light. So how does it tell when someone's live?
I think it's just constantly like pinging.
Oh, it's
Like, tell the
probably
same-
scraping text off of the site to find.
Yeah, I think it's doing more than because the really cool part about it, you can set it to do. It's more than just text because beyond just lighting up the button when the stream is live, it'll take you can tell it to take a little like screen cap, so it'll periodically update what is actually on the stream. So you can even kind of see what they're doing.
Huh.
It's super cool.
Yeah, this was the other one that I assembled the other day, but I'm gonna base it in white since you mentioned that the technical paint looks better in white. So I think the big eye thing is supposed to be like that green.
Dun, 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 dun.
One day I'll finish all these minis. She lied to herself.
Looking at my to sew list and my crochet to make list, being like finishing projects. What?
Yeah, and so I'm going to tell myself I absolutely back the Elden Ring Kickstarter from Steamforged. There's a giant box head in my way whenever they fulfill it. Because
Oh, shit.
huh? Yes, Chris.
I feel like that's a goes to look at it response.
Yes. Ross was. I think I backed it, not realizing Ross had left. He's now working with the folks who make Gloomhaven. Ignores piles
just
of whip.
I just texted you a picture of what the Stream Deck looks like right now with that, so you can see like your button has the current stream preview on it. It's pretty cool.
Oh, I have a button. Yay.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the things. Is like, part of me wants to tweet that out. It's like, hey, this is a cool thing. People could benefit from this, but I also don't want to tweet it out because I don't want to deal with a bunch of people going, well, why aren't I on there as a button?
Because I don't fucking like you.
It's not even that. Just there's only so much button space, you know.
No, I'd be like, because I don't like you.
That's why I put That's why I've got them all in alphabetical order as well, so that nobody can complain. It's like it's alphabetical. It's fine.
Ooh, fun.
Mm-hmm.
Sarah, are you gonna get back to streaming or no? Not really. I wondered if you were ever gonna do like mini painting stuff on stream. No, I'm just gonna start doing that whenever I like tweet something. If it's like one of those, tag somebody, or if they go, you forgot this person. Be like, no, I didn't.
Yeah.
I'm in full on villain mode at this point.
Nothing wrong with that.
I'm always here for villain mode.
Mm-hmm.
I got you. I mean, you don't have to be on camera if you don't want to, because as we see, you are only getting my hands and, well, my boobs. But they're great boobs. At least I think so. Because I don't know that I'd want a face cam while I'm doing mini painting, because I basically would just be looking down. Noted.
I just accept when I'm like sewing and stuff that I'm making weird faces the entire time.
I got you, Sarah. The only, and it's not even a weird thing because I know I make weird faces when I'm in the middle of making concentration face. Oh, cool. You stick your tongue out a lot. But it's like you're like in deep thought slash,
Mm-hmm.
I cannot talk to you in this moment, leave me alone.
Oh yeah, I do that all the time.
I'm very focused sometimes. Serious business face.
Oh yeah, whenever you do it, it's just hilarious because I'm pretty sure you don't realize you're doing it.
Oh no, 100%. It's always like after the fact where I'm like, well, yep, that is the thing that I did.
Like a VTuber, Liz? Cause
that-
go ahead.
No, go on.
Oh no, you go first.
Oh, I was gonna say that the sticking your tongue out thing is something I got made fun of all the time as a kid growing up. Like it's something I know I do it and I'm still self-conscious about it.
So it's gonna sound weird and hopefully not like creepy, but I find it like cute and endearing when people do it. It's not like a bad thing to me at all.
Mm.
But I'm like, how do I say that without sounding creepy?
There's a
It's
lot of
just
stuff that's just incredibly difficult to do without the risk of it coming. It's one of those things where it would be easy if people weren't saying the exact same type of shit in a way that is super creepy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I get what you mean though. Though I'm also
Yes.
with Pirate, I was very much the like very strange child that everybody there was always something to be made fun of
Mhm.
for. I just
Oh, I
largely
was.
did not care.
Yeah. Oh, I was made fun of all the time as a kid. I mean, I get made fun of as an adult, so.
Fair, I do as well.
Yep.
And this is why we're all friends. I tilt my head like a confused
Solidarity.
dog. Hi, Brex.
Oh, so this is something that I think I saw you doing, Cypher, and I do it too, is sometimes when I'm in the middle of a very specific like thing, like let's say when I'm sewing on a curve, I
Mhm.
like tilt my body.
Yeah.
Mm.
And it's weird because like it's not changing what I'm seeing.
At all. I do that like
But
when I'm
yet
playing racing games and I'm like, I'm not actually driving a
Yeah.
car. What the fuck am I doing?
Mhm.
pretty much.
Oh no, Rex says I tilt my head like a confused dog.
Pretty focusing. I mean,
You mean like the RCA dog? Wow, how many of us remember the RCA dog though?
I'm going to
oh
assume
wow.
this is a US specific thing because I have no idea what
I
you're talking about.
didn't think so. Let me Google really quick.
Is that the because that's the painting dog, right?
No.
The dog from the painting?
No.
Oh, I'm thinking of the wrong thing then.
RCA dog.
I know, like the. Because I'm googling it now.
Oh, here it
Oh.
is.
Oh, okay, this makes sense. So seeing the pictures, the reason that I don't recognize it by that name is to me that's the HMV dog.
The what dog?
Because HMV, British record label, that used that as their like logo. So in my head, that's the HMV dog. That's interesting.
Ah, same thing.
I never
Here,
knew.
here it was RCA.
Interesting.
Why do I have?
Really?
Oh my god, just
Oh
no.
yeah. Well, I feel like there was a painting that looked like this, and that's what I
That's
took a
exactly what
few
it is.
art history classes. I'm sorry.
It's the painting is called Nipper.
I like
Nipper is
how
the
the
dog.
three of us know this, but from three different things.
Completely different things. Yeah.
Hey, Prex.
Oh wow. The dog has its own Wikipedia entry.
Really?
Hey, Prax.
Yep.
Prex probably remembers this. Prex, what do you think of when I say RCA dog? Kazir, I remember this. Our first TV ground models RCA. That logo was on the back beside all. Yep. Most of the TVs I had growing up until Sony was a major player electronically were RCA TVs. Okay, I'm not gonna drink that whole Cosmo bottle. 'Cause like I said, it's gonna be a real short stream if I do.
I mean, you could.
I
Yeah, so because his master's voice was the actual name of the painting, which is why it was used for HMV in the UK, which became a record label.
Oh, and I'm thinking of RCA as like the TV.
that so am I.
Yeah. What's
Well, so,
interesting
like-
reading the Wikipedia page too is it's all the same fucking thing.
Yeah. So in my mind, RCA for me is the regular RCA TV logo, sans dog. But when you say RCA dog, I think of the painting.
So do I. That's where my brain was. How the fuck do
Mhm.
you go on this?
Or
This is why it
photograph,
doesn't
not
stay on
painting.
here. Oh my god, why? You're supposed to like lay at this dude's feet. You're a defeated skeleton.
He doesn't want to be defeated.
Nope.
You would find a skeleton friend, wouldn't you, Mandy?
Need I remind you? I was reading for the wider chat. Found some old documentation from like a strength thing that I did at work, and one of the
Oh
one
yeah.
of the one of the descriptions for like this is a trait of you person. Word for word, I'm quoting it. In your world, there are no strangers, only friends you haven't met yet. Lots of them.
That's a
And I was like,
very
yep.
you thing.
This seems on brand.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, I would try to befriend a skeleton.
The Necrons are never defeated. Fair. Oh, this needs to shake. I need the Nip Nop now because the gold paint is doing a weird thing. But the question is, where the fuck is it? The Nip Nop is defeated. Maybe. What?
I'm like, I don't know what my calendar is anymore.
Ow. Oh, fuck the Nip Nop. I can't find it. I know it's here somewhere, but I don't see it easily. Well. Oh, that's intentional, I'm sure, Lowe's.
Mm-hmm.
I called it Nip Nop because of Panda, Pirate, and Zero.
And we all do it because of Val. Val was the originating point.
Wait, does Val do mini stuff? Why is Val the originator of the Nip Nop?
Val was the originator of the NetPop because Val does not like using actual terms for body parts like that on their streams, so they used nip-nop instead of nipple.
But it's
And
a
so because the
painting
actual
thing.
device is frequently referred to as the Vortex nipple, it became the Vortex nip-nop.
Oh, okay.
I have
So,
questions, but I don't know that I want answers.
I mean, that
Ask
was
them.
the entire that was the entire thing right there. Or if you want to, or if the question is why is it called a Vortex nip-nop, it's or a nipple, is because the Vortex mixer looks kind of like a nipple.
Mm-hmm. And see, now I really want to find it so I can show you, Mandy, but I think it is buried under a bunch of shit because I did the thing where I got to a certain point of cleaning and I was like, this is good enough, and then I didn't go back and finish. But I think that's...
I mean, I got part way. I like got through
wait,
so many
it's right
things,
here.
and I'm like, wait, I didn't clean my desk off so I could move my computer.
Oh no.
I'm setting up for when I finally buy that fabric cutting table,
Mm. Nice.
and I want to shift things around.
What just fell down? Okay. This sucks because this is like on a very short leash. Let's see if I can actually close this enough to use it.
That was loud.
What was loud?
Oh, y'all didn't hear it? Then never mind. It wasn't loud.
Yeah, not that loud.
I was like, I thought you meant me closing. This paint was loud, and I was like, it is?
Oh no, that I dropped something and it was loud, and I was like, oh no.
Didn't even hear you.
Good news, your noise gating is working.
Huzzah.
Alright, I've used the nip knob, so I have to unplug it and show you, but it's basically a paint vibrator.
It's a what?
You heard me, a paint vibrator. It basically is what it is. It shakes paint. It's like, you know, like when you used to go to the hardware store and they would put cans of paint and shake it in the
Yes.
machine. It's like that, but for mini paint.
I mean, really, to be more precise, it's more of a paint Sibian. But
Mandy's like, why did I
Not
come
wrong.
in here?
I'm not wrong. But it does kind of look like a nipple. So the Vortex Mixer has colloquially become.
The nip
Did you,
knob.
Riku, though? Did you?
And then, yeah, the reason Vortex Nipple became Vortex Nip Knob was because Val once referred to nipples as nip knobs, and none of us have ever let them move on from that.
Just how it be now.
Yep.
It's on. I got it on. What do you call it? The evil place. Amazon.
Evil place.
I was gonna say Amazon.
I mean,
Yes,
it is
actually.
the evil place.
I mean, it is, but
Yeah.
Hitachi saw the mini painting off. Wow. Well, that's an entrance, Thousand Young. Jesus.
Uh
hello and good evening, everyone. I'm so sorry to anybody who's just come in.
huh.
Mandy, you should not be
But-
surprised by this. You've been here long
Oh no,
enough.
this is totally normal.
Joking aside, though, it is an incredibly useful tool, and yes, it is
I'm just like,
extremely
why are you
helpful
apologizing?
for mini paints that have separated over time.
I know, I'm just like, why is Mandy apologizing? Look, I'm not going to say I haven't thought about things like that for my paints. You know? I'm just a humble mini painter.
I'm just here.
Yeah, in all seriousness, like that up with like a wet palette is one of the most life-changing mini painting tools I've ever upgraded to. I love that thing so much.
I'm just here trying to have like a reference.
Mhm.
I'm trying. Because I just keep looking at like, how do I do this? Oh, there's so much gold on this thing.
Oh, the leader, yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to figure out the best way to like start painting the parts that are not already like based in blue. I've got one. Eventually, one day, the red grass wet palette will be here because the other army painter one I'm not excited about. It's here. I just A, forget to always re-wet it, and B, I
Mhm.
feel like it dries up as I'm using it. Yeah, I'm gonna work on this for a little bit and then I may call it because it's already 8:30 and I just looked up and was like, what the fuck?
Mhm.
How did it get to be 8:30? I think that's supposed to be like a Necron body or something. STA wet? What's that one? Well, we've killed the chat.
Start talking about paint
Yeah.
items. And by we, I mean you. I blame Pirate.
That's fair.
Wow, I like how you blame Pirate. It's not even his stream. That's hilarious.
No, but I'm on here. Like it's fine. I'm. It's usually my fault.
I'm just greatly amused by both of you.
Mm-hmm.
I will accept my blame when it's
When it's earned.
yeah, I own my
Did you just
Yep.
stop talking and I was very concerned?
I own my nonsense and my chaos.
I'm proud of mine.
Neither of you have regrets, so don't act like you do.
Or not.
I was gonna say, like, we really
Wow.
like at this point. I'm simultaneously. I'd say most of the time I'm either I regret nothing or I regret everything.
Mhm.
But usually it's I regret nothing.
Yep.
Sorry, not sorry, Reese.
We are very distracting,
It's true.
especially when we start talking about what is it again?
Hmm.
Nipples.
Nip
Nip.
Nop. Yep. The Vortex Nip Nop.
That.
I mean, I would talk about nipples, but then I like having a channel.
And then we get booted off for breaking TOS.
Look, if they
Plus-
didn't ban me yet after the stream yesterday, I think we're good.
Why would they have booted you off the stream?
Because I was constantly talking about toasting my nuts.
You were cooking, it was clear it was a pun.
Well, and we're talking about legitimate paint stuff. I'm saying if they didn't kick me off for talking about that whilst cooking, you're fine. Because I was going way further with it.
Yeah, and
Because I was in full blown ADHD. I'm just saying things that come into my brain without thinking about it. Thanks for the clip.
I got another
Wow.
one. The other one that's good here. Poor Furwick arrives and is like, wait a second. So Furwick, we have a story to tell you.
Please tell the story because I'm just sitting here painting.
Pirate, would you like to tell the story?
Oh, this is all you. Go for it.
I mean, I can only tell you what happened in the clip, which were there were nuts and they were roasted, and there was rising and crushing, and there was something else and I don't remember what it was. There was a lot happening in a very short window of time.
Yep, I was making walnut bread, and so it required nuts to be toasted and chopped.
Sorry, I read the chat.
I can't say that my description was helping at all. That was like 24 hours ago. What is memory?
Right.
This is as good as I.
But yes, Pirate did his first cooking stream yesterday, and there was a whole lot going on.
Mm-hmm. And it can now actually accurately be called first, because I'm probably going to do more. So because it was actually fun.
Yes, but I'm gonna do a fuss at you every time you act like your cooking was so bad it was gonna kill someone.
I mean, that was a concern.
It
I did
was
like our
not.
sequence of events with the preheating and then the not preheating.
Yeah. Learn. Yeah. Pro tip: turns out that reading the recipe first helps.
Wait,
But-
what?
You planned for this.
Hold on. What do you mean reading the recipe?
Well, I didn't read I read the ingredient list. I deliberately did not read the recipes first because I thought it would be funnier.
Oh my god.
And I
Oh
was
yeah, there was
correct
the
because
whole sequence of
I did not
events.
I did not realize the fact that the recipe called me to make the cookie dough and then refrigerate it for an hour.
Oh, when people were like, do not put that dough in the fridge.
Well, no, that was the yeast, the bread dough, which yes, Prax and Catherine and Ren were all yelling at me to not put that in the fridge. But this was the one where I was supposed to put the cookie dough in the fridge. I just didn't realize the recipe was going to tell me to do it for an hour.
And that's why
And
they
then
were in
Right,
the
and-
freezer.
and you were talking about storing stuff in your oven, and Prax
Yes.
was asking about if you had preheated it with stuff in the oven, but you were like, "Oh, I do need to preheat." Turned it on, then actually read the recipe,
Yep,
And
then
I
turn
think
it back off
chat-
again.
and then chat was like,
Re-
"No, you need to chill the cookie dough for an hour."
Well, because I read it, because most people didn't know the recipe, other than Renace, who did, and who was there at the beginning. And when mentioned that I had not read it, and I thought it would be funnier this way. Because he has this same cookbook, and he knew the recipe I was making, so he knew from the outset I was going to need to do that. But
Mhm.
respected the fact I had asked for no feedback unless requested.
Oh my
Excellent,
god.
excellent example of correctly doing no backseating. Like rendered that incredibly well.
Can I tell you?
It's fine. It worked out.
Yep, it was fine.
So now that you are not doing the cooking stream, can I tell you that quite a few people were in danger of getting timed out because they kept throwing suggestions at you. That's why I
I
was like,
didn't
"Did
see
you
it.
ask for help?" Oh no, that's what I was there for.
We know how people be.
Yep.
Because it was like, "Did you ask for tips?" And that's when you're like, "Let me clarify." There wasn't too much Riku, but
It
there was a
wasn't
lot
that.
of being helpy, if that's a way to describe it. Like, hey, so did you? How about you shut the fuck up? Because I really want to look into this, and I don't understand this because I feel like I get an inordinate amount of backseating in chat, no matter what I'm doing.
I think with that, I'm with the cooking stream specifically, given how open I had been about the fact that I am massively incompetent and don't know what I was doing. Unlike gaming streams,
Ah,
I think there's a little more validity in doing it. Like example, when multiple people yelled at me to not throw the yeast in the fridge. Unlike a video game where you can just hit restart and keep trying again, if I had actually done that, I would have completely destroyed the bread. So
fair.
I think it's a little different with that. And given the fact, but only people I had explicitly said were allowed to do that did, so it was fine.
Oh, I know, but there were people where I know for a fact you did not explicitly give them permission.
Yeah.
They kept trying to
Mhm.
be helpy, and I was like, that's why I
Mhm.
was like, did you ask for more help?
Mhm.
I don't know.
Mhm.
I can't think of a good way to phrase it because I don't want to say like raging bear or something, but I'm just like, Jesus, let this man just make this fucking bread.
Mhm.
Let him be himself.
Yeah.
Although I did not know that you purposely had not read the recipe, I would have fussed at you for that had I known that.
It was funnier. I was right.
But what if you'd burned down the kitchen trying to be funny?
I
That
don't
would have
see
been
how not reading the
unfortunate.
recipe would have led to that. Like that's not
You're the
that's
one
more
that's
just
talking.
yeah, but that just means I don't discover a part of the recipe until I'm about to do it.
Okay, Ignis.
Yes, that's it. I've come up with a new recipe.
Oh, that was
That'd be
always
very
so
ADHD.
annoying. It was cute the first time, and then after the first time, it was terrible.
Mhm.
Like, sir,
Let Ignis enjoy finding one thing.
Mhm.
Antonio will tell you the fifth sent her a message at one point, so I purposely did not put it. Who's Antonio? Who the fuck is Antonio? Oh, do you mean me? Did you say Tanya and your phone is like whomst?
Oh,
So I'm like, who the
yeah. I
fuck
think
is Antonio?
autocorrect had fun with that one.
I'm like, who the fuck is
Yeah.
Antonio? And why are you saying she? I was like, oh wait.
gotta love what is it, voice to text.
Yeah.
Yeah, Prax and I were in DMs, so we would not. I mean, I couldn't really backseat because I can't bake from scratch. I will say you did a great job. I cannot bake from scratch.
you. Well, and
Hey.
Reese, you saying that's my theory actually held true, which was that was that cooking on stream would be easier for me because the focus on streaming means my usual ADHD problems regarding cooking didn't kick in. They definitely did in some other ways, which were at least entertaining, like when I couldn't find things I'd set down literally 30 seconds ago. But And that's something thinking back to it, I realized, aha, I have figured out how to weaponize my ADHD. Because my usual manic talking to myself constantly actually translates really well to streaming. So,
Oh my god.
I have found a way to make this work for me.
So those of us who externalize our thought processes.
Yep.
Wow.
So, fuck you, brain. I found a way to make it work for me.
Wow.
Listen, my favorite is always gonna be sitting in sewing classes talking to myself and everyone else being like, what is happening at your sewing machine? Because
Oh,
I'm
no.
sitting there going like, yes, this worked, or alternatively like, oh no, what have I done?
Oh no.
Oh, it's great because bright side, very clear indicators in good and bad ways to the instructor about how things are going at my sewing machine.
Oh dear.
They'll like hear me panicking about something and be like, do you need help right now? Is
Yes.
everything okay?
You're like, well, since you asked.
Then you have to explain to them, no, it's fine. This is just my standard level of panic.
Versus like, I need help panic. It's
Yes.
actually, there's several people I've now been through several classes with, or classes on and off, and you can tell like the people who've never been in a class with me before versus the people who have, and how they react to this sort of thing.
Oh no.
I mean, it amuses me.
You're evil.
Is this a surprise though?
No, I asked you to be my co-villainess. Why?
This is true. Exactly. It's not a surprise because this is 100% on brand.
There was no surprise there, Mandy. That was just like, that was an observation of a fact.
I just make it look like I'm not evil by smiling while I'm being evil.
Oh my
Lull
god.
everybody into a false sense of complacency.
So you and Dr. B will be the obviously not evil people. And then I will just swoop in and be the obviously evil person. And Mandy, since you can sew, you just have to make all of our like evil outfits.
I'm fine with this.
Prax makes an excellent point. You played a bard with a recorder. By definition, you were evil in the best way.
Wow.
I'm still just stuck on how that, like, I have such an elaborate backstory for this character now that I will have to use again somewhere.
And now you're sucked into playing TTRPGs. Congratulations.
Yeah, I like how this escalated very quickly to like, hey, you want to be in a one shot, to like, hey, you want to do something else?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's how it happens when you're good at it. Which, spoilers, you are.
I'm okay. I'm like moderately. Darn it, this is harder to do on voice. I'm realizing after a fact.
Is the I made a mistake face.
Yeah.
I'm surprised more people did not react though to the tweet with the picture of us and the behind every gay there's a eviler gayer person.
And there's the two of us. That's such a good photo though.
I should well, I'm on my phone, so I need to find it. But Mandy,
I like how all
is
of
one
chat
of
is
us.
just chanting one of us.
I mean, you are.
Just so used to being like behind the scenes for these sorts of things.
Not anymore.
Apparently not.
Oh, come on. If you did not like it, you would not be going, here's this like 20-page backstory for a character I'm playing for 3 hours.
Hilariously, when I do like campaigns with friends that are like multi-session, I barely create a backstory. It's just these one shots so far. But yeah, no, I have fun with it. It's just confidence. Working on that.
It takes time to build it up.
Don't worry, we'll have you in so many like things.
Mhm.
Be like, damn it. I did this to myself.
Yeah.
I do feel like I'm slightly sabotaging myself because I keep coming up with ideas for ways in which we can have
Mhm.
like donation incentives for charity games.
Why are you sabotaging yourself like this?
Yeah, it's like one of those where it's like, well, what if there was a donation for me to get an animal friend? Or like, what if there was a donation for me to have a personality 180 and hate animals?
I told you I would go see how much money that would cost. Remember, I'm the same person that spent a lot of money to keep Pirate from punning for how many months?
Yeah.
It was several
Uh,
months.
2 at least it was by the time, because it was the rest of the year. So it was. I think at that point it was in like October, so it was
So
it was a good 2 months. I think.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sarah. Oh yeah, when you're in a long going campaign, it's so different.
I do
That's-
kind of like, because the one shots I've done so far are very like, well, let's just chaos. Like, let's take the chance because it's just a one shot.
Yep. And I mean, Averick came from a long running campaign. He came from a home game that fell apart.
Oh,
But
really?
he was specific. Yeah, that's why I brought him back. It's actually the game in which I met both Anne Hartzinger and my mod Wing Stitches. But also, fun fact, including Nat Rose, who in one of those fun, like weird connections you don't realize until way later, my friend Nat, who I met through at New York Comic Con and through that home game, is also the person who did the art for Eugenio's podcast.
What?
Yeah, so that was a
What
fun
the
little
hell?
interconnection thing.
Oh, speaking of Eugenio's podcast, can a mod or someone VIP go and grab Eugenio's tweet? Because it is the final season of D&D: The Last Refuge, and they recorded it all in one go, and he is airing them all on his channel on Wednesdays.
I got you.
I was like,
Um,
and
So I
yeah,
tried to
birthday
type
is
Eugenio
Thursday.
instead of his name.
but yeah, Averick came from that, and because he was, but it works because he was designed as a character who could help keep things moving along when things get too bogged down. So he translates really well into a one shot.
Oh wow.
Can I just say I appreciate how much you all were planning for me causing chaos, and then Sam showed up.
I think it says so much about that game that when you look back at it, the characters who were the most grounded and going, oh no, this is weird, we need to get rid of this as quickly as possible, were the ones played by me and Eugenio.
Wow.
Fen was in dread form biting heads off of bats. You were
Only at
part
the
of the
end.
Chaos crew in this.
No, that was self-defense. That was their vampire bats attacking me.
I
didn't-
could never have anticipated one getting the giant elk out of my bag of tricks. I was very sure I was gonna get like a rat.
Yeah.
And two, I didn't expect the wall to talk back. So
I still love that worked. And yeah, full credit to Prax. Prax did a great job DMing that.
The chaos that occurred.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, once we saw the cast list, we're like, oh no, we all made mistakes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then it was utterly fun and chaotic, and we raised money for a good cause.
Yeah. I still love that Stephen wound up playing a monk who just gave everyone tea.
I mean,
You know what's great about that is I brought that up with him later. He didn't plan that.
what?
Stephen did not plan that as a character part.
Really?
He told me later. He because I guess a lot of the other people in his game they were playing characters who already knew each other. And so he had that moment of, oh crap, they all know each other. I better do something to help my character have a reason to be here. And because he's Stephen, he had just made tea. So he just used that. It was like, have some tea. And that just became the character trait.
Wow.
He did not plan that ahead of time.
That's hilarious. It was
Yep.
interesting playing Fen at such a low level again.
Hmm.
Because we started Black Dice at level 1. We went from 1 to 15
Yep.
in the time we were on the air.
Which is wild. I can't remember the last time I had a campaign that actually started at level 1. It's always at least level 3.
Funny, all of my at-home campaigns I feel always started at level 1.
God, these tiny little eyes, why?
And this is why I'm not a mini painter.
You play
The-
with, like, yarn.
There, I was like, I can't really say anything because trying to thread a needle on a sewing machine is probably just as annoyingly difficult.
The advantage of the Marines and the Necrons is at least none of them have irises for the most part. They all have lenses. So if it overspills, it's like, no, that's just OSL. That's just object source lighting. It's fine. Meant to be that way.
How are you a level 1 character who already has the traits of a folk hero? Fair.
I just
Okay,
find
but what
at
if you're
level
a
1,
folk hero for something nonsensical? So like you're not a adventuring hero. You're well known as a chef.
I mean, when they added the chef background, I knew that one day eventually I'm going to play a character in either a campaign or a one shot that is just straight up Ignis from FF15.
I need to do some searching because I saw this is from forever ago. Somebody had like posted a drawing that they wanted to make like a fiber artist artificer class one day, and I'm
Ooh.
like, oh, I should see if that person ever did that.
Nice.
Hey,
I like
Mandy,
that.
you know you could do that yourself, right?
Oh my god, that requires work though.
But it would be yours.
Then I gotta like actually figure out how to like build that.
Mandy, I will help you.
I'll add it to my to-do list.
That's like how many miles long now?
Not as bad as you think, but still
Fair.
probably pretty bad.
Look, I have a character I need to play again. Halfling cleric with the chef background. Using my Waffle House cleric subclass.
Oh my god.
Wow.
I love that.
I do not have a bone white. Huh. Why do I not have bone white somewhere? Nope, that is armor. And I probably should have used that instead of the lighter gold. Rune Lord
This
Brass.
is fine.
That's what I should have used. Oh, no, I'm looking at this and it's like almost a cream color. And this bone white that I've got is not really bone white, I think. It looks very what is that, Prax? Oh, you missed Waffle House. There we go. A brewery cleric from a cert? Oh no, we've given DC a idea.
Oh no.
Yep. What am I looking for?
I don't know. I feel like my not good or bad at being a bard character now is inspiring me that I should make multiple characters that are like they're actually really bad at what they do.
The fuck was that that fell down? Oh, it was my ruler. because this is Corax white, and now I've got two of them. Because I went since we had no idea where the fuck Throne had the gift that Panda had sent me. I bought some basic colors at my local store, and so now I've got like two Corax white, two Macragge blue. But I don't have like a off-white for cuz in the picture I don't want to say skirt, but like the not halberd, that's a weapon.
Like the
Tabard.
loincloth?
Yes, the tabard
The tabard,
loincloth
yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
I don't have like the off-white kind of color for it, and I thought I did. Excuse me. I've got a sand
I'm
gray.
sure it'll be great, DC.
I've got a sand gray and a medium flesh tone.
What's a sand gray?
I just saw it. It's like a brownish gray.
Okay. So a little bit more like muted is what it looks like.
Yeah, we can tell in a minute because it's one color in the bottle, and I've discovered some of these say one color, but then when you use them, you're like, the fuck is this? As I am yawning a little bit from the Cosmo in a bottle. Although I do also have paint pens. But ooh, wait.
Ooh, which reminds me, what was the sorry, ADD moment. You had recommended a paint pen.
I'm holding them up for you because that's what I literally just grabbed.
Ah, for my my dice.
Yes. Do you have it?
Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
Yeah, these are good for inking the dice. Yeah.
So story time, y'all. I thought the dice without ink on the numbers was an aesthetic choice,
Oh my god.
and Cypher saw them and was like, "Why are there no numbers?" I'm like, "It's supposed to be like this." She's like, "No, you are supposed to paint them."
Yes, you need to be able to read your dice, Mandy.
And then I learned because I rolled a couple from those and was like, I cannot read these. To be fair, trying to read the dice on the stage with the lights on you, I think is extra difficult.
Yeah, I'm not sure what was worse, trying to read those tiny dice or hear each other.
I realized it's one of my, like when I blogged about it after the fact, I realized I spent a lot of the time with my head turned towards the group rather than facing into the mic. And it was because I was trying to hear beyond like
no.
Eugenio.
No, that wasn't just you. I barely heard anything CB said. Which if I looked confused during the Motherlands VOD, I was like, the fuck are you talking about? Oh, this is close.
Every time I do these, though, I learn something else where I'm like, I should move the mic to be right in front of my face or make sure I'm facing forward.
Yep. Yeah, this is good enough for a bone. Wait. Although I need to add it to the list. That fur contrast for wood. I've written it down like 3 times.
Gore Grunter fur, yeah.
Yeah. Because if it's only a couple paints, I may just make myself leave the house and go to the hobby store. Yeah, this is close enough for what I need. Because the transfers are in the box still, so I know I have not apply to any of those.
Mhm.
I realize that ribbon's supposed to be red, so I messed that up. I need to fix it. That's not a transfer, the base color needs to be red.
I think I'm almost organized, y'all.
Yay!
Which is hilarious because I'm that person who cleans everything up and 3 days later I'm disorganized again.
Hands up if that is also you. I'd raise a hand, but I'm painting.
It's
Fair.
me. It's me.
All of us.
Right.
Everyone.
Because there'll be times I will spend a lot of time in this office. My desk will be clean for maybe 24 to 48 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, that'll be the day that someone's like, "Can I get a picture of your setup?" And I'm like, "Motherfucker."
No.
Why would you choose that today?
So that's where you gotta clean it and then immediately take a picture so that you have that reference.
Oh, I still send
You just
people
send
a
them that instead.
picture. I still send people a picture from when the Aurora collection released. That's probably the nicest my desk has been in quite a while. Where is
Well,
it?
the bright side is I'm gonna move my computer probably tomorrow night.
Mm.
And pre-gaming with Pirate and pre-stream. So I'll be able to cheat and be like, "Oh, I'm gonna take a picture because I moved everything." And therefore,
And you'll save that photo forever.
yes,
Now, I really
pretty much what
I really just honestly need someone to sit with me and chat with me while I try to go through, like, one, my office, and two, organizing all my fucking books. Because my books are very much in a, I just need these boxes out of my apartment, and they are not organized in any rhyme or reason at all.
I do. Well,
I-
I'm currently doing things in stages.
Oh, this wouldn't be a all-in-one thing. It would be kind of a for like 3 weekends or whatever, who can come by and sit with me, or bonus if you are taller than me and can put things on high shelves in my closet or in the office.
Yay for height.
Yeah.
I tried to do something like that the other day, and I successfully did it. And I took a bunch of like older books that I had never read or was never going to read again. And had the idea of, okay, I'll do what I've seen other people in the neighborhood do. I'll put them in a box, write 3 books on it, and set it outside and let them take it. So this would be a nice way to give them over to people so that they can read them, and the books can go on to other people, which was a great idea in theory.
Did it rain?
Theory.
I should have checked the weather first. Yeah.
Oh no.
Well, you tried?
Yep. And I love that you knew exactly where that was going. Yep.
I was
That
like, it was
is-
snow or
yep.
rain, one of the two.
Yeah. Should have checked the weather on that.
People
But yeah, I
do.
do all of mine.
Mhm.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, you go ahead.
I was gonna say I do all of mine in stages. So this weekend was primarily the like crafting and streaming space, since I want to move furniture. So therefore, I need to clean everything.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Next will probably be book stuff, getting reorganized and cleaned up, mostly so I know what I need to be or to help me figure out what I have not read yet. And then I'll probably finish on doing a deep pass of going through like clothing and what are things I want to either get rid of or I should rephrase that, donate versus trash.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of clothing, did you ever do anything with that red Adidas dress?
I have been marking it up, trying to figure out how I want to mess with the seams, but I haven't actually sewn it yet.
Hmm.
I'm like afraid to start in case I ruin it.
Eh. Come on, skeleton.
Skeleton, just cooperate.
Well, it's at a point where I can't really pick it up without getting paint on my hands. So I'm like, please just do what I want you to do.
Hmm.
Like, why are you like this? Because you're a skeleton, that's why.
Wow, what if he's just living in skeleton life,
Mhm.
I didn't
doing what
say
skeletons do?
he's a piece of a skeleton currently.
Yeah.
He's
He's just
sitting
very
there,
grumpy about the Imperium showing up and waking him up.
basically. Where's that brass I just...
Prax, to your point,
Mm,
because Prax brings it up. So
Mhm.
first off, if you don't and you like reading / going to a library, there is a library extension where you can set your local library as an option. And when you end up on pages like Barnes and Noble or Amazon, what have you, it'll tell you if that book is in circulation at your local library.
oh,
And so that's what I do is that any books I buy, I try nowadays to purchase books that I know my library does not have. And then I
mm,
just borrow from them if I know they do. But essentially, once I finish a book, I say, how likely am I to read this again? And if I'm not, I have a box. So I have a box of things that get donated to the local animal shelter, and I have a box of things that get donated to my local library. And so I rotate
huzzah.
so that I'm doing a box of books to the library.
My library is nowhere nearby, so I
Oh
also,
no!
yeah, I also just really hate getting rid of books. That's my pack rat thing, where I
Well, I
deeply
think
hate
I've
getting
sent
rid
you a
of
picture
books.
of my shelves. I have a lot of them.
Oh yeah. Well, and then some books, like I've got 2 shelves of books either I contributed to or are signed. So I know anything on that shelf will never leave this house.
Oh yeah, but and that's in fairness. I have a variety of video games that I will probably never play that are exactly the same. Like, well, I
Yeah.
worked on this, or I'm in the credits, so I'm keeping it.
Well,
Um,
I mean, but you're in the credits. Like, I have my copy of My Little Pony that you signed. And it will never leave this house, and no one can touch it. And I will break their arm if they do.
that's so adorable.
Look, my friends do
Uh,
cool stuff.
but yeah, so books are a little bit. I've gotten better at. I used to be the same way, whereas like I cannot let go of any book if I purchase it. Now, just because space is a premium, and I've picked up more hobbies that take up a lot of space.
Don't know what that's like.
I'm all of us. I feel like I'm attacking everyone with that.
Uh-huh.
Um, I try to be better about once I read a book, like, will I honestly reread this, or does it have a purpose for why I'm keeping it?
Mhm.
Um, like it's been signed or it's a dedicated book or something like that. Or I have books because I'm a nerd and I like learning things, so I like referencing, going back to some of them.
What?
Yeah,
You're a
like the reason
nerd?
I'm not too tore up about the books that got rained on because it was they were either stuff that a library wouldn't have taken, um, either because they weren't like appropriate for it or suitable for it, or just no longer relevant. Like it was a lot of like old school, like early 2000s learn to program books that aren't relevant
Ah,
anymore,
yeah.
or from my early weeb days, people who remember the old school how to draw manga books.
I still have one on my
There were a few of
shelf.
those in there. And other than that, it was mostly the pre-release copies of books that you get at like New York Comic Con that are the not for sale advanced reader copy ones that
Mm,
I suspect a library might not take.
probably not. And if the book is actually out by now, they probably would just rather have the actual book.
Exactly.
Yeah, I feel like arcs are probably only good depending on what book it is. For things like charity drives, stuff like that.
Mhm.
Yeah, I've got some arcs from Nora, but I'm pretty sure she signed them to me, so don't think those would be useful.
No.
Oh, nice,
And
Sarah.
if Nora signed them to you, you wouldn't want to get rid of those anyway. So
Right. I mean, she has done like charity things where she has like, but what she do is like the super deluxe version that you can't easily get because
Mhm.
there are versions of the Broken Earth trilogy that were like these beautifully hand illustrated books, and I'm just like, I want them mainly just because they're pretty, but also they're my friend's book.
Uh-huh.
I mean, that's fair.
Yeah.
I'm the person who gets salty when books have different covers in different countries. And like the UK always gets better covers than the US.
We
And I'm
get the
just like,
good shit.
and I'm
I,
always
so
like,
I,
damn it.
I still have all of my old UK Discworld novels because the covers are so much better.
Wow, rubbing our faces, pirate.
I will.
Pirate, the next
Wow.
time you go back, you should like pick up some stuff for us.
I'm happy to do so.
I'm just gonna tell you to ship all this shit back from the Warhammer store.
I mean, they don't sell anything different there than you can get here. That's
Really?
well, actually, that's not like there's if you go to the dedicated, like to the actual, like to Warhammer World, there's a
Uh-huh.
few things you can get that are dedicated there. Like the actually the little like mug that I was drinking out of during the Ragnarok flashback
Mm-hmm.
scene or retrospective. That's one I got that from Warhammer World. But unless you go to the one in not like the big headquarters in Nottingham, no, they sell all of that shit online. There is nothing unique that you can get in the UK that you can't get in the US.
I did not know that. I would have thought it was different.
No, like they're very much a global company these days. They don't pull that type of shit.
Now I was picturing Pyro trying to sneak a whole bunch of Discworld novels through customs.
Look, when I first moved out here, that was largely what a lot of my suitcase was books. Because I
Oh,
moved
see,
to the US with one suitcase.
I'm gonna be like, Pirate, bring me back chocolate.
Yes,
Specifically Cadbury.
that reminds me, I gotta go shopping at some point because I'm gonna exchange like stuff with Steven. He's gonna
Nice.
send stuff out, and I'm gonna send some stuff to him. I gotta go and shop so I can do that.
Okay, it's because Dark Sun, I have feelings about this. It's because in the US, Cadbury's it does not use the same formula as
Nope.
in like Canada and the UK. I believe because I think the right to distribute under that name is owned by Nestle. If
That is
I
correct. That is
in
correct.
the US, and so it's a different formula, and it's not the same.
It's not.
So
They put wax in it.
every time that I either go to Canada or the UK or like a good friend goes to either of those places, I'm like, I will pay you to bring me back chocolate.
Like I can get a lot of it from like the import stores here. Like that's easy enough to do. And yeah, there's a few. Weirdly, a few of the bodegas near me sell the imported stuff.
Really?
Which makes me really happy because it's a little on the expensive side, but it's super easy for me to get a hold of it. So that's not too bad, but there's a few things I can't find that I've asked Stephen, like, okay, if you can find these things, that's
I know Steven likes mint M&Ms, but I've not seen any.
well, if they're going to sell them anyway, oh god, actually no, that's fine because I'll be there. I was gonna say because the M&M store is right there in Times Square, which
I
means oh
know.
god, I would have to go to Times Square, but then I will actually because I'm meeting people there for dinner this week, I will actually be in Times Square on Wednesday, so I can do that.
I felt your soul wither as you said that, as you did the mental math.
Yeah. Fuck Times Square. It's a horrible place.
A tourist trap.
Yes, it's awful.
Question, unrelated to all of this.
Okay.
Mhm.
Paint pen. Does it matter what type of tip it is?
If you're
Do you
using
have...
it for dice, it should be a fine or ultra fine tip.
Okay, cool.
Or conversely, if you want to just like if you're gonna use like white or black or silver or something and just get a regular like bottle of paint like this and have alcohol wipes and a fine brush, Because the other thing I was doing till I got those paint pens was using paint, letting it dry, and then wiping the excess off with with an alcohol wipe.
Mm.
And I can actually show you that because this needs to dry. Because I have dice I 3D printed. Ow! I stood up.
Oh, that's right. How have you liked the dice that you've done on the printer?
I'm not sure yet because so the first set I tried leapt off the print bed. You
Oh
know how
no.
you're like, what's that noise? Oh. Um I didn't do like the raft around it. I think that's the right word. I said skirt in a Discord, and someone's like, no, that's not the right word. I'm like, who gives a fuck? It's dice.
I'd be like, please fight me.
But they're like, no, that's not the right word. And I'm like, are you really trying to pull the like, this is like, use the right word or else on me? Because I was like, honestly, no one cares. And then I looked back and it was one of the people that was doing the whole, oh my god, I'm going to return this printer. And I'm like, return your printer and shut up, fuckface.
Mm.
Hey, welcome back. We're still sitting here chatting. Um,
Hello, welcome.
so these are dice I made with the marble PLA. The problem being the side that was on the printer bed is blank. I don't know
Oh,
why, but
Mm.
it's blank. So I know that's supposed to be the
Yeah.
6, but there's no number. Like there's not even a hint of the number on here.
interesting.
Like this one, I know that that's the 0. I can tell it started to make the 0, and I don't know why it didn't work. Like the 4 kind of printed. And like this just printed weird. If I start with a raft, small things like that actually work. But it was weird. But the first set looked like spaghetti was coming out of the printer. Okay, so I'm gonna do the numbers,
Oh,
the 6-sided, so you can see what I'm talking about.
yeah. For the 3D printing
Oh,
versus when
that's
you
where
were,
that went. I found the piece that jumped off the
yay!
librarian. It did. But yes, go ahead, Mandy.
Oh, for a second I was like, what was I gonna say? I don't know.
Mhm.
How setting aside the comedic missing one side of numbers, uh, how do you feel about the 3D printed dice versus the resin dice that you've made?
They're very light. This is the same marble PLA that Phoenix is made out of.
Mm-hmm.
So these are super light. Like, if I threw this across the apartment, it probably would go somewhere and I wouldn't find it for like a month. Like, there's no weight to this. Like, I don't know
I
if you can
really,
hear it drop.
yeah, yeah. It sounds light. Okay.
But this is
I just
regular
want you to know.
PLA.
I want you to know. You're like,
Yes.
if I throw this across the room, and in my mind, I'm thinking they're light enough, we could probably chuck them at people, and it wouldn't hurt a lot.
Wow, Mandy.
Mhm.
That is where your brain went with that? Thanks. That is a
Look, that just
fun.
reminds me of the story of my friend. It was actually that same home game that Everett came from. It was Nat Rose, Eugenio's artist. They brought dice to the game and didn't tell us that they were candy dice. And were using them the whole game and eventually got the bad roll and they just picked them up and just crunched the dice with their teeth.
Oh no.
And none of us realized that they were edible candy dice. Like it was fine, but
Oh
they were
no.
waiting for that the whole game and they pulled it off beautifully.
So this is a really fine tip brush. But the bonus is I can get into this one really well. And there's not going to be a lot to really wipe off. And I'll do a number with the pen so you can see the difference. This is what I was doing for the dice that I was pouring. Once I realized the pen is good, but depending on the pen, it it could be kind of rough. I totally missed one of those numbers. Establish dominance with your dice by eating one. I would be concerned the next noise I would expect to hear would be like your teeth breaking. Like, what the fuck are you doing? So, there is an alcohol wipe.
I'm team just chuck your dice at people.
Mandy, dice cost too much.
Okay, but then you use like the cheap dice, the ones you like
Mhm.
the least, or that have rolled the worst for you.
Wow. Oh, I need those. I finally found all my vampire teeth. That I bought for playing Fen and that I never could figure out using. So,
Yay, wine.
this is a cup of dice that I've made.
I think this
Nice.
is just in a cup.
Mhm.
There's many dice just sitting around. I think these are kind of the fails, though. Oh, some of these are dice that I bought. Why are they in here? Shit. Oh, some of these are dice that I bought. Why are they in here? Also, that is... What is that? Yeah, this cup is going out. I don't know why, but there's like a dead fly in the bottom of this. That's kind of gross.
Just crushed under the weight of the dice.
Basically, and I'm like, where the fuck did you come from? See, like these are, I don't know why they're stuck together. Like if some of
All
the
the
resin,
dice have started melting together.
yeah, I think, I think something was in that cup, which is why there's a dead fly in it. So I'm like, what the fuck is this? I found one fly in my apartment. I'm like, it's winter. Where did you come from? Okay, this blue should work. So this is a extra fine tip pen, paint pen. So this is an acrylic paint pen, by the way. Yeah, I don't even know where it came from, but it was like one of those big black, like you're a summertime fly. Where did you come from? Okay, let me also move the dice that do not belong in here. And I was just like, where the fuck? I don't know where these purple ones came from. Because these are clearly actual retail dice that I did not make. Because I don't have that kind of talent. Oh, these are the dice advent calendar from Greenleaf Geek. She asked me if I wanted one this year, but I don't know if it ever got mailed out. Because she asked me about one, and I was like, sure? Then I don't think I actually ever got the calendar. Sorry, now I'm like trying to make room because now there's dice everywhere.
All the dice.
Well, yeah, because I've got like a tray of them in the other room where I made so many dice and then I didn't go through with like inking them, or they weren't, to me, they were not good enough to give to anybody, so they just sat somewhere. Okay. Let me just separate the ones that are retail dice versus the ones I made. Okay, so... Oh, I mean, she asked me that I want one, and I wasn't going to be like, where's that calendar? I wasn't going to do that. So I'm still going
But you
to...
have reminded me that a shop I track for yarn does a like TTRPG character class calendar themed yarn.
Oh, nice. So, same die, but with the pen. To see with the pen, you get a little bit more splash.
Mm.
I don't know if you can hear the scratching of it a little bit. So on the one hand, using the paint, like the paint itself is a little cleaner, but as long as you've got a nice big readable font, the pen is actually not bad. But when you get into like the D20 and the D12, depending on the font, it's going to be hard to read. So
I'll have to double check the colors of the dice I have and figure out what I would use.
Yeah.
Because if it's varied enough, I might just go the pins just so I can buy a set and
So,
be lazy.
all right. Well, now that that's more or less inked, this is what I would do. And sometimes I would do it right as I did the ink, but I realized sometimes it's easier to let it rest because if you have a lot of spillage, you're going to maybe get into the number itself. I don't have any handy that I've inked. So see, like with this blue one that I just inked, I'm getting a little of the ink itself out of the 5. And the 3 is bleeding a little bit. But this is also like marble PLA. So ideally, I would let this sit overnight and then just run a cloth over it and just get the extra paint on the outside of the number. So see how the 5 now has a bunch of ink in the lines of the PLA.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so it depends on what you're doing. So like with the resin dice, it'll be different. And actually, since this one is a giant D20, I can show you better. I've seen that too. I don't have the manual dexterity for it. It's like with this big D20, the numbers are big enough to where I can get in with the pen, but see there's like all this like kind of splash, I guess would be the best way. And this is like if it's dice you made yourself, because like I'm running into where there's clearly an air bubble. But uninked dice you buy retail are going to be smoother, so you're going to have an easier time inking them. It's like how the 1 was fine, but the 8, there's clearly some air bubble or something on here. But normally a D20 is not this big. Like the average D20 is the same size as the one I picked up with that 3D printed set. And there's no 20 on this because I goofed when I poured it. I don't know what I did wrong. Oh, there was a big air bubble. And so I just poured some silver glittery resin in so it wouldn't just be a big air bubble. I know that's the 20. See now, like,
Listen, as long as you know.
yeah, and obviously if it's got more than 9 sides, you're gonna have the dot for the 6 and the 9. You have to remember to fill in. I never remember which is which, like if the dot's on the top or the bottom, which number is what.
I'm gonna interrupt at this point to say I'm gonna drop off because it's 10:30 here. I need to
Oh yeah, I guess I should
get ready
actually.
for bed.
For like, I
Oh.
guess we should be adults.
I guess. I mean,
Yeah.
I should probably stop too at some point because while I don't have to get up like and do I don't have to get up for a day job, there's still shit I gotta do tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Nope, I was wrong. That side's not the 20, so it must be the 1.
Yep.
Yeah, and
Adulting.
yeah, and I've been on for a while, so I'm gonna just call it here because this is a lot, and I've also been drinking.
Thank you for showing me the dice stuff.
You're welcome. So hold on, let me move over to my desk so I can see who's on. Kaysa,
I'll
oh,
say bronze is on. Doing Moonbreaker if you want to keep some mini stuff going.
yeah, that sounds good. Run credits. I can close my, oh, Dave sent me a photo and I totally missed it. He had me open Bronze's channel. But thanks for hanging out, y'all. Tomorrow's TBD based on how much work I get done and whether or not I break my fork knife never played it streak. Raid that bronze.
Thanks for hanging out, everyone. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Oh, she's playing. She's not doing the mini part, but still.
Ah,
No, I bought the game after I saw her playing it.
yeah, I have an outstanding request for a key, and I don't know if they're ever going to get back to me. Probably not, but at some
Yeah.
point I should. I'll buy it myself anyway because I want to try it.
Yeah, I've got a Moonbreaker. I've got
Mhm.
I got Crisis Core on PC, and I've yet to actually oh, my own channel, my own icon is like, no, you shall have a gift box. All right, let's go see what Bron's up to, and I will talk to y'all later. Bye.